I may know a thing or two about board games, so this is a very good day for me, getting to see two of my favorite things, combat robots and board games, under the same roof. Very exciting. We're good? Yes. Oh. Sorry, this is Monster Zero versus Verbal Irony. Oh, Verbal Irony is requested to postpone. Okay, so Verbal Irony has requested a postponement, so we're going to move on to Rabot versus A-, will be our next fight. Competitors can request postponements if they need a little bit more time. And you need to spin the thingy. Yeah. So we can get the next fight looked in, right? This will be Rabot versus A-. If we can get Rabot and A- to the cage, please. So Rabot will be in the red corner, the corner next to me, and A- is going to be in the blue corner. Yeah, the blue corner over there. That's the blue corner. Yeah, the frame. Look at the frame. Don't look at the writing. So Rabot is a horizontal spinner. See, they've got that Viper spinner over there. Whereas A- has fought with us before. They are an overhead shell spinner, which is a really cool kind of bot. And I always love seeing overhead shell spinners. They're just really cool to see. They're very sweet bots. And I believe A- is a shuffler, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, it is. So A- doesn't use wheels to move. It has little legs that move it around. A- is working on getting... I'm sorry, Rabot is working on getting to its corner, but seems to be high-centered. So Rabot is now in the correct corner and is now facing its opponent. Okay, so go ahead and hit your mark ready buttons. It's just going to take a second. There it goes. Looks like both competitors are ready. Referee, are we ready? Referee's ready. Stream is ready. Judges, are you ready? Let's get this fight started in 3, 2, 1, fight! So Rabot spinning up, A- not spinning up, but making its way to the center of the arena in that deliberate way that most shufflers do. Rabot seeming to get stuck in the same spot, but since it's got its weapon going, it can use a little bit of the energy there to push itself. And there goes A- weapon. And let's see if we can get some contact. A little bit of contact in the middle. See if we can get a little more bite there. Both bots grinding against each other. A- with a good hit pushing Rabot away. Rabot backing up. It seems to have some pretty good translation mode backed up. And there's a nice hit. Here, a nice big pain. Both bots trying to get themselves off. Rabot is able to move. A-'s weapon seems to be down, but its drive still seems to be happily going, trundling its way towards Rabot. Oh no! And Rabot is starting to disassemble itself. I guess that hit started dislodging its weapon and started taking itself out. A-'s weapon is back up again. Here comes A- making its way over to Rabot. Are we going to get a big hit? Get a little bit more of a push than a hit, but A- still gamely making its way over to Rabot. Rabot is moving forward. Referee's now asking for control for Rabot, but considering that Rabot is getting pushed around by A-, it doesn't have a lot of control right now. Its wheels are going, so its drive is working. It's just a question of touching the floor right now. And now here comes A-'s weapon again. They're spinning up. They're going to see if they can get a big hit. Rabot can spin its weapon, but its weapon is a little wobbly, and it is hitting itself. 40 seconds left in this fight so far. Our longest fight of the day so far. Both competitors still very much alive. Here comes... Oh, that's a wheel that A- just took off of Rabot. So Rabot now to only one wheel. The question is, do they move? They do not have a weapon. Their weapon has just dropped off of the bot. So it's not actually attached right now. And there's a big hit. And we might... referee's asking for motion. And here's the countdown. And the countdown is going to go down. It's going to finish before the fight timer. And that is your fight. That is a win by knockout for A-. But a fun fight to watch. Rabot able to hang in there. Make this a fight. That's always fun to see. So with 1 second on the clock, A- gets the knockout. That means A- will advance to fight Nomad. Nomad getting a bye. Meanwhile, Rabot is going to go to the loser's bracket, and they're going to wait to see who their competitor's going to be. Meantime, let's get Monster Zero and Verbal Irony back up here to the cage. Okay, we're going to jump quickly to our plastic ants division, or plants as we call them. We're going to want Dark Forces and Plastic Frostbite to the cage, please. Dark Forces is going to be in the red corner. That's the corner by me. And Plastic Frostbite is going to be in the blue corner. We're still sweeping up bits of Rabot from the arena. And they're going to work on getting that bot back together. Meanwhile, we can see Plastic Frostbite getting loaded into the arena. It is a horizontal spinner with forks. Remember, this bot has been made completely out of plastic, other than the wheels and the electronics. That's the whole idea of this division. You can make a bot almost entirely through your 3D printer. And now Dark Forces is loading in. Dark Forces is a hammer bot, and we love seeing hammer bots here. Hammer bots being a difficult style of bot to build and drive effectively, but when you see them working, they are fun to see. And Dark Forces making its way right now over to the red corner. And it looks like both bots are in position, so competitors, please, hit your mark ready buttons, please. All right, judges, are we ready? Stream, are we ready? Okay, and this is, you have plastic ants up, right? Awesome. Referee, are you ready? Okay, we are ready to start this fight. In 3, 2, 1, fight! Here we go. Both bots making their way to the middle, and now a big rush from Plastic Frostbite. Dark Forces trying out to turn around to try to get a good hit on Frostbite. Here comes Frostbite looking around, trying to get a good hit. Dark Forces wants to drop that hammer. Hammer doesn't look like it's got a ton of velocity, but hey, it's still fun to see it come down. Maybe they can stick it into that weapon, and we'll see what happens. Oh, and the weapon on Frostbite has broken. So now Frostbite is a control bot. And Dark Forces is going to try to take advantage of that. Dark Forces needs to move a little bit. It looks like their right drive side might be locked up a little bit. Here comes Frostbite pushing Dark Forces into the wall. They get a pin. So this is a 10-second pin that they're allowed to hold, and then Frostbite can release. And then we'll see if Dark Forces can get back in this fight with a little bit of control. Hopefully they can use that front sloped wedge. And now Dark Forces still having some problems moving around. I think that right drive side is still giving them some problems. Here's Frostbite with another pin. This is always an important thing when you have a combat robot. If your weapon breaks, you really should have a way to keep on having some sort of leverage in the fight. Looks like Frostbite has good drive, and those front forks that it has gives it good leverage to get underneath its opponent. So even though it doesn't have a weapon, it's able to move. And now, okay, we have an unstick request from Dark Forces. So we're going to ask both bots to stop moving, and we're going to try to unstick. Dark Forces here. All right, so we have paused with 40 seconds. It looks like Dark Forces has gotten on stick. Okay, drivers, are you ready? Are you ready? Red side, blue side, are you ready? Okay. Okay, so what's going to happen is we're going to restart the fight, but the timer will not move because we're going to add 12 seconds to the fight. So we're all ready to go, right? Okay, here we go. In 3, 2, 1, fight! So here we go. It doesn't look like Dark Forces has drive. Frostbite still moving around, so we might get a count out here. So still no movement. So here comes the count out from 10 seconds. About 30 seconds left in this fight. And that is it. Plastic Frostbite will advance to fight Trampoline. Win by knockout. Dark Forces will go to the losers bracket, and they're going to wait to see their opponent. Okay, so now let's see if we can get Monster Zero versus Verbal Irony. So far, all of our fights have been decided by knockout or tap out. We have not yet had a judge's decision. So if you're new to this, you might be seeing that robots are, they're not easy. Robots are hard. And it's tricky to get a robot that works reliably for all 3 minutes, or in our case, 2.5 minutes of our fights. Our fights all run 2.5 minutes. So the fact that a bot can pass safety and get in and move its drive and move its weapon, that is always an accomplishment. These robots are not easy. All of these competitors deserve respect for all the work and all the effort that they put into their bots. And everybody's going to be guaranteed 2 fights, so everybody's going to have plenty of time in the cage. Speaking of, we now have Monster Zero and Verbal Irony reloading into the cage. This is Monster Zero loading in right now. They are the horizontal spinner. Here comes Verbal Irony. Fingers crossed that Verbal Irony has worked out their gremlins. So you see also that the bots come in with some sort of lock on their weapon to make sure that the weapon does not spin when we don't want it to. And that's going to be the last thing that always happens, is the weapon lock gets removed just before their door closes. So you just don't want to take chances. Safety is so important at an event like this. So looks like Verbal Irony might still be having some weapon issues, but let's see. You can, as we saw from that last fight, you can have weapon issues and still win your fight. So it really all depends on your style of bot, how your opponent is doing, and all that. Okay, competitors, please hit your ready buttons. So it looks like red is ready. So red is ready, blue is ready. Stream, are we ready? Okay, we're waiting for blue to hit their button. I don't. Yeah, there it goes. Now it go. Okay, so stream is ready. Judges, are you ready? Judges are ready. Referee is ready. Let's get this fight started in 3, 2, 1, fight! And here we go. Both bots getting together. And spinning around a little bit is Monster Zero. That forced that weapon. A big hit! And Monster Zero on its side, it's able to get itself righted, but is that weapon working? I'm not sure either weapon is... Oh, no, Monster Zero's weapon is working just fine. Just has to get itself unstuck. Verbal Irony taking itself into Monster Zero's weapon, trying to jam that weapon, break that weapon. There goes a wheel. I think that's Verbal Irony's wheel that just went. Monster Zero is still going around. Okay, we're going to pause for an unstick. We're going to unstick Verbal Irony. So Verbal Irony's weapon went down, and I think they are down a wheel as well. Let's see what happens when they unstick. So remember, this is the first fight for both of these bots, so they're going to be working out some gremlins. All right, blue side, are you ready? Red side, are you ready? Excellent. We're ready to go. Let's get this fight restarted in 3, 2, 1, fight. Now the weapon has going on Verbal Irony. That is good news for Verbal Irony, but it does not have a left wheel. It only has a right wheel. So its movement is a little bit compromised. Into the wall goes Monster Zero. Monster Zero looking for a good hit, but now Monster Zero getting itself into the wall. Can Verbal Irony take advantage? Verbal Irony trying to get a good hit. Tough to line it up with only one wheel. Good hit from Monster Zero. Verbal Irony still trying to get some movement over here. Both bots having not having the best time moving around. Monster Zero does have its full drive working though, so that's good news for them. Maybe they can line up a big hit. However, Verbal Irony's weapon is working, and that's going to make it a little bit complicated. Now that I said that, Verbal Irony's weapon just stopped. So Monster Zero, they turned off their weapon as well. Now they've got their weapon spinning up. Looks like they're still having some drive hinkiness over here. About 45 seconds left to go in this fight. Verbal Irony has a hit lined up, but doesn't have a weapon with which to make that hit. So that's noisy, and that is a tap out. So Monster Zero will advance on tap out. Monster Zero will advance to fight Phantom. Meanwhile, Verbal Irony will go to the losers bracket. Okay. Okay. We are moving to Beetles next. So if we can have Mondo Bizarro and Placeholder over here. Now, if you're following along at home, we did have a forfeit. Unfortunately, Protean was not ready to fight. So Protean has forfeited the event. And it will be Mondo Bizarro versus Placeholder. Placeholder advancing from that forfeit. Mondo Bizarro is actually our highest seeded bot at this particular event. They're ranked 5th, which is the highest seed of any beetle here. So they're the bot to beat right here. Mondo Bizarro versus Placeholder. And Placeholder is a real bot. That is not like some internal name we have for a bot. It is a real bot. I have seen it fight. So Mondo Bizarro and Placeholder. So in the meantime, let's go through the ants. So in round 2 of the winners bracket, we're going to have B Capitator has advanced to fight Ipsofacto. They're our highest seeded antweight bot. Meanwhile, Tartarus has advanced to fight Bumblebee. Monster Zero advances to fight Phantom. And A- advances to fight Nomad. The losers of those 4 fights will go on to the losers bracket to fight Violet Flame, Power Off, Verbal Irony, and Rabot. And that is when we will start to eliminate those ants. Meanwhile, for Plastic Ants, we just saw Plastic Frostbite defeat Dark Forces. That means Plastic Frostbite advances to fight Trampoline. We're also going to see Grover fight Creep, Amalgam fight Voodoo Hippo, and Mint Thin fight Elmo. Alright, we have bots loading in right now. This is Placeholder That's loaded in over here. So placeholder is loading in. I've got Mondo Bizarro right next to me, and they're going to be loading in as well. This is going to be a vertical spinner versus a hub motor drum. So the difference here is the vertical spinner that placeholder has is driven by a belt. Meanwhile, Mondo Bizarro does not have a belt or gears or anything like that. So competitors need to remember that you cannot spin your weapons while the door is open. So if you see a door is open, even when it's not your door, you're not going to spin your weapon because we have to worry about safety. We do have to make sure that weapons aren't spinning as long as any door is open. And driving. You cannot drive when the doors are open either. Alright, Mondo Bizarro is loaded in. So Mondo, you're going to go over here into this corner. So Mondo's working on getting into the red corner. So Mondo's working on getting into that side. Placeholder is ready to go. So still working on. So this is the downside of having a good ground game. Sometimes your ground goes. All right, competitors, hit your ready buttons. So we're both ready. We're okay. Both competitors are ready. Judges, are you ready? Referee, are we ready? We are ready to start this fight in 3, 2, 1, fight! And you can hear both weapons spinning up. Placeholder doing a box rush, going straight into Mondo, and now trying to work on Mondo's side. Little bit of weapon contact and grinding. A good hit from Placeholder, and another good hit sends Mondo into the air. Placeholder showing some good fight, good bite even, and now getting Mondo into the corner. Mondo needing to turn around. A little bit of tape armor getting exposed over here. Placeholder looking for another hit, gets knocked backwards. Now that weapon is stopped on Placeholder, and it looks like they've lost the drive side. Mondo has full weapon and drive. Let's see if Mondo with a nice hit. Placeholder's now upside down. If that weapon isn't moving, then Placeholder will have a hard time turning upside down. Nope, I tell a lie. Placeholder able to violently self-right off the corner, but Placeholder has no right drive side and no weapon. Mondo having some problems with its right drive side, but its weapon is just fine right now. Placeholder trying to crab its way over to Mondo, try to have some sort of agency in this fight. 80 seconds remaining in this fight. Mondo fully spun up, trying to get a good hit. A little bit of grinding. Placeholder pushing Mondo into the wall. Mondo now backed into the corner. Placeholder is backing Mondo into the corner. The arena getting a little quiet. That looks like a pin from Placeholder. And now Placeholder will need to release once the pin is done. And we're pausing for an unstick. So we're pausing. So we have paused with 45 seconds remaining in the fight. We're going to try to unstick Mondo Bizarro. Oh, it's Placeholder who's stuck. So we're going to unstick Placeholder, who has requested an unstick. So far, a very violent fight with both bots sending each other into the air. And that's left us with where we are now. Okay, red side, are you ready? Blue side, are you ready? Everyone else ready? Stream ready? Ref ready? Let's get this fight restarted in 3, 2, 1, fight! So here we go with 45 seconds remaining. And see, still no weapon on placeholder, and its strike drive side is still down. Huge hit, and that is a plate. That is the left wedge of placeholder that just got knocked off. And here comes the count out. Huge hit from Mondo, showing why they're the top seed, the top dog in this event right now. And a knockout. So Mondo advances. They're going to fight the winner of the next fight, Mr. Scrubbles versus Honeycomb. In the meantime, placeholder will drop to the loser's bracket, and they're going to await their opponent, whoever loses the next fight. But an excellent fight, lots of big hits. You can see that, I can see the plate that got knocked off of placeholder right in front of me, that left wedge that got knocked off. Sorry, the left wedge that got knocked off. Looks like 2 screws just got sheared right off in that hit. Big hit. Okay, we need Mr. Scrubbles and Honeycomb to the cage, please. That means Tokyo Drisk and Little Man is on deck. Whew. Madeline showing me the effects of that last hit. That was big. Mondo has been fighting in this circuit for a very long time. Brandon, at this point, is a really well-known competitor. He was our very first ever Beetleweight competitor, Madeline tells me. That's a good bit of trivia. But I've seen Brandon fight in all sorts of contexts and leagues. He knows what he's doing. Yeah, you are on. Actually, yeah, Mr. Scrubbles and Honeycomb are loading in now. So this is Honeycomb. Honeycomb looks like an SSP kit. And Mr. Scrubbles is a custom beater bar. That's orange and blue, very vaporwave aesthetics for Mr. Scrubbles. So Honeycomb is loaded in. They just need to wait for the doors closed to drive. Weapon lock is off Mr. Scrubbles. Once they close the door, we can see these bots move. Doors are closed. Okay, so bots, please go to your corners. You want, Mr. Scrubbles, you want to go to this corner? There we go. And Honeycomb, yep, you're headed to the right corner. So we have a kinetic bot versus a control bot. Let's see what happens. Drivers, hit your ready buttons, please. Yep. All right, and once we get the okay, I will make sure. So it just takes a second. Okay, both competitors are ready. Judges, are you ready? Referee, are you ready? Let's get this fight started in 3, 2, 1, fight! All right, I'm hearing a noise, and now I'm seeing that weapon of Mr. Scrubbles going. Mr. Scrubbles, kinetic bot with a good hit against the SSP kit of Honeycomb. Honeycomb is high-centered right now, trying to work its way off, and it does so with the use of that lifter that it's got. Honeycomb's lifter is up right now. Mr. Scrubbles working to get self-righted. Mr. Scrubbles self-righted and flips over Honeycomb again. Honeycomb self-rights with the help of the lifter again. So far it's only used the lifter to self-right, but fortunately weapon and drive seem to be working on both bots right now, despite those 2 big hits. Mr. Scrubbles looking for a 3rd big hit, and there it is, punting Honeycomb into the air. Honeycomb seems to be doing okay. Honeycomb looking to get a fight. The arena getting a little quieter, but there goes the weapon again on Mr. Scrubbles. Mr. Scrubbles definitely came here to fight, and Honeycomb is definitely up for it. It's been tanking all of this damage, has not seemed to have had any significant effect, and there's a pin. That is a big deal for control, as these control bots like Honeycomb rely on pins like these to score points from the judges. So now Honeycomb has to release, and it does so. Another big hit But look at the tankiness of Honeycomb, able to survive all of these huge hits so far. Mr. Scrubbles in the corner, now self-rights. Now brings Honeycomb upside down. Can Honeycomb self-right? It's trying to, and it does. Another good self-right, but right into its back goes Mr. Scrubbles, and an excellent hit. And some good control, and now Honeycomb self-rights again. Mr. Scrubbles gets it right back against the side of the wall. We have 37 seconds left in this fight. Very good back and forth between these two competitors. Definitely the most even fight we've had so far today. So both bots engaging with each other, trying to get the best of each other. They're pushing each other. Can't get a good grip over here. And now here comes Honeycomb, getting itself under Mr. Scrubbles. 10 seconds remain in this fight. So it looks like it is going to go to the judges, who have their work cut out for them. Very, very good fight. And that is the fight, and it's going to go to the judges. All right, so now we just want a functionality test. We can see weapon and drive for Mr. Scrubbles. We just need to see if does the lifter work? Yes, the lifter works. So I believe, yeah, and that is drive. So both bots fully functional with drive and weapon. So both bots fully functional, drive and weapon. So what we're doing right now is we're scoring, and what we do is we score on a scale of, we score a 3 category: damage, control, and aggression. Aggression we score off of 5 points, so we allocate 5 between the two, like 3 to 2, 4 to 1, etc. And then with control and damage, that's 6 points each. So you can tie control and damage 3 to 3, for example, or you could go 5 to 1 or 4 to 2, etc. So that's what the judges are doing now. We have 3 judges. Each judge is going to assign the scores across those 3 categories. So doing that, they're going to each vote for 1 bot, and then I'm going to get those votes, and we're going to see which bot wins. We're going to go by which each bot the judges voted for. Okay, and we have a unanimous judges decision for Mr. Scrubbles. So Mr. Scrubbles advances via judges decision. They are going to move on to fight Mondo Bizarro. Meanwhile, Honeycomb will drop to the losers bracket. They will fight Placeholder. We are sweeping up the arena right now from the previous fight. We're going to move on to Tokyo Drisk versus Little Man in the Beatles. That means Joe versus Wild Magic is on deck. So Joe versus Wild Magic, get ready. You are fighting after this fight. So Little Man is loading in. That's from Matt Langtree, longtime builder. And as you can see, it is a huge style bot, an axle bot, big, big wheels. It's going to spin its weapon and try to drive over you and deliver damage as it passes over you. So it's going to be a hard bot to control, but the flip side is it can't do a lot of controlling because a bot like this is not really designed to push. You do see it's got a couple of legs. A Little Man versus Tokyo Drisk. Now Tokyo Drisk is a Peter bar. So it is a dual disc spinner, another competitor that has been in several events. Tokyo Drisk is actually our number 2 seed, ranked 6th overall at G-Scroll. So they're a high seed, but against a veteran builder. So let's see what we got. And I do see a little bit of a bike rack on Tokyo Drisk, Shades of Hydra versus Huge, that notorious fight. Alright, looks like the doors are closed, and the bots are making their way to the arena. The bike rack equipped Tokyo Drisk versus the very large Little Man. Okay, competitors need to hit their ready button. So we see red side is ready, blue side needs to hit ready. Matt, have you hit ready yet? Have you hit the... There we go. Okay, competitors are ready. Judges, are you ready? Referee, are you ready? Let's get this fight started in 3, 2, 1, fight! Both weapons spun up. Tokyo Drisk moving quickly in, takes out. It's going to want to take out as much wheel as it can. You're going to know the fight is going well for Tokyo Drisk if Little Man gets shorter and shorter. Little Man needs to be squared up against Tokyo Drisk, delivers a couple of hits as it spins around. Tokyo Drisk so far having the control. Both bots seem to be fully functional. Good hit from Tokyo Drisk again. But looks like Little Man's weapon's still working fine. Now, Matt told me that he didn't have a lot of confidence in the legs of Little Man, and you can see that it's actually upside down right now, and those wheels are starting to give. Those wheels are made out of UHMW. That's the same material you see in a plastic cutting board, and one of those legs is gone. That's a big deal in this match. That means Little Man is going to start flipping around and around, and it's not going to be able to have a lot of control over itself. So far, Tokyo Drisk having a lot of really good control in this fight. Little Man still able to move, but you see a lot of its motion is turning its body upside down, which is not ideal for it. Another big hit. And the two sides of Little Man are starting to drift apart. You can see they're angled just a little bit on, and it's on one of its wheels a little bit, that weapon keeping it in the air, but just like Huge, that weapon is still going. Very impressive durability. It's about 55 seconds remaining in this fight. Tokyo Drisk, Ryan is trying to line up another shot, and a tap out. That is a tap out. Tokyo Drisk advances via tap out. That was an excellent fight. So Tokyo Drisk will advance to fight the winner of the next fight. Little Man will drop to the loser's bracket, and they will await the winner of the next fight. And the bike rack worked. So Joe and Wild Magic are going to be up in the cage next. And as I just heard, Ipsofacto and B Capitator in Ants are going to be on deck after this fight. So after this next Beetle fight, we are moving back to Ants. Want to thank PDK9 once again for hosting us. Awesome board game cafe. I'm in heaven, surrounded by board games and combat robots. I don't think life can get better for me right now. Wild Magic is blue. Yes, wall color. So our next fight is Joe versus Wild Magic. Joe is ranked number 11th overall at G-Scroll, and they are our number 3 seed at this event. Meanwhile, Wild Magic, this is a new bot, not a new competitor, but I saw it in the pits. It is a good-looking bot. So Joe, lifter style bot. It's got a thin lifter in between those front wedgelets. Yep. So Joe is backing into the red corner right now. And Wild Magic needs to head to the blue corner. You see, Wild Magic has a very, very large beater bar. And if it can get that thing going, it can send Joe into the ceiling. Joe has a lifter, which can be a very effective weapon against a bot like this. So Joe might be able to, if Joe can win the ground game, Joe can have a big advantage here. All right, both bots are ready. Judges, are you ready? Ref, are we ready? Let's get this fight started in 3, 2, 1, fight! Here we go. Weapons working. Drive working. But Joe has leverage. That was what we were looking at. Not only does Joe have leverage, looks like those forks are far lower than the weapon. So the geometry right now is favoring Joe. Good pin from Joe right now, keeping Wild Magic in the corner. Now 10 seconds are over. They have to release. Wild Magic has to make its way out of the corner. It's got to figure out a way to get to Joe's side or back in order to get that beater bar working. And now Joe taking Wild Magic into the side of the arena. Wild Magic still pinned off to the side of Joe. Joe controlling the control category of this fight so far, and that's a tap out. Joe will win by tap out. So Joe advances to fight Tokyo Drisk. Wild Magic will go to the losers bracket. They're going to fight Little Man. So that is it for Beetles for now. So just as an update, as far as Beetles are concerned, we're going to have Mondo Bizarro versus Mr. Scrubbles, Tokyo Drisk versus Joe, Wild Magic versus Little Man, and Honeycomb versus Placeholder. But we're going to move on to our ants next. We're calling Ipsofacto and Capitator over to the arena. So can we have Ipsofacto and Capitator? Now, Capitator has already fought once. They defeated Violet Flame by tap out. This is Ipsofacto's first fight of the day. Ipsofacto is ranked number 1 with our ants. So they are ranked and seeded number 1. They are the bot to beat today, as far as the ants are concerned. I hope I didn't just jinx them. Yeah, thanks, they just told me. So Ipsofacto is a nulloid style bot. And it's got its weapon lock off. You see it's got that vertical spinner, very wide body, helps it counter gyro spin. Meanwhile, Capitator, while it's got a larger spinner, remember both of these bots are 1 pound. So even though Ipsofacto is a little smaller, it is 1 pound. It is dense. Bots are heading over to the corner. Capitator doing a little bit of a wheelie as it moves, so let's see if that's a factor in the fight. Okay, so we're just going to make sure that our stream is ready. Okay. Okay, stream, are we ready? Stream is ready. Judges, are you ready? Judges are ready. Ref, are you ready? Ref is ready. Let's get this fight started in 3, 2, 1, fight! And here we go. Box rush from Capitator. Ipsofacto steps aside. Lets Capitator pass. Now they're both looking for an angle. Ipsofacto going up against one of the wedgelet corners of Capitator. Capitator is now upside down. Can they self-right? They're able to use their weapon and that little bunny ear to stay off the ground. And a big hit from Ipsofacto. First big hit of the fight. Still upside down is Capitator. They need to get themselves self-righted in order to keep going. And there they go. They got a right actually from Ipsofacto. Ipsofacto now looking to get Capitator. Both bots spinning around, doing a little dance. Capitator's weapon is not spinning. Ipsofacto's weapon is. And I don't know if Capitator's right drive is happy right now. Ipsofacto still looking to get a fight. Uh-oh. It looks like Capitator is high-centered a little bit. Now they're able to get themselves moving. That's a tap-out. So a tap-out, Ipsofacto will advance. So Ipsofacto will advance. They will fight the winner of the next fight, which is Bumblebee and Tartarus. So Bumblebee and Tartarus, we need you at the cage. That means Phantom and Monster Zero, you are on deck. That was a good fight between two bots with an overall similar design philosophy, but executed a little bit different. Ipsofacto continuing their run of terror with a tap out. And Ipsofacto is actually in the winners semifinals right now, so we can say that they are deep in the bracket, which is no surprise. Okay, are we still doing beetles, or are we going straight to plastics? Well, we're in the middle of beetles right now. I'm sorry, ants, excuse me. Ants, I beg your pardon. Okay, are we still doing Bumblebee versus Tartarus? Okay, but once we right, okay, then we'll do plastic ants, but we're going to do them bottom up. Copy. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so we are waiting Bumblebee and Tartarus in our ants division. Remember, at G-Scroll, we fight 3 different weight classes. You're currently watching our antweight division, which are 1 pound. So these bots are all 1 pound, but they all hit very, very hard, despite their weight. Definitely. Bumblebee is red. So Bumblebee is a pure control bot. So they have no active weapon. They work entirely with those really sharp front wedges. They're going to try to get under you. It may not sound like much, but it is incredibly effective, as you saw with Joe earlier today, easily handling their opponent. In the meantime, their opponent is Phantom. Phantom is actually our second-seeded bot, like our number 2 seed. They're ranked number 6 overall in ants at G-Scroll. So Phantom has a pretty good history. Bumblebee is actually our number 4 seed. They're ranked 12th overall. So these are 2 fairly high-ranking bots. This is going to be a good fight. Control bot versus a kinetic bot. Okay, competitors, hit your ready buttons. It might take a second for it to say ready. There it goes. Okay, both competitors ready. Judges are ready. Referee is ready. Let's start this fight started in 3, 2, 1, fight. So Phantom is the vertical spinner. Bumblebee is the wedge bot, or I should say forklet bot. And right away they get to forking their opponent right into the side of the arena. That is a pin. They can hold that pin for 10 seconds. And in a few seconds they will have to release that pin. And now Phantom looking to try to get underneath it. Oh, sorry. Yeah, Bumblebee and Tartarus, excuse me. Thank you. So Bumblebee versus Tartarus, I got the name of the competitor wrong. So Tartarus is the black bot with the vertical spinner. They need to figure out a way to get underneath Bumblebee. So Bumblebee forking under Tartarus again. And they have the geometry, and geometry makes such a big difference, as you can see in this event. If you can get under your opponent, you can do so much damage. Not literal damage, but you can control the fight. And when it goes to the judges, they really do look at all those pins, and it really does have an effect. Now Tartarus needs to figure out a way to get to the sides or behind Bumblebee. If Tartarus can do that and set Bumblebee into the air, they can start re-establishing control. The thing about a kinetic bot is they're always in a fight. So even if it's been like a couple of minutes of wedging, in the last 30 seconds, maybe that kinetic bot can have an effect. But so far it's been all Bumblebee. A little under a minute left in this fight, 55 seconds. Tartarus is trying to get underneath Bumblebee and having a hard time doing so. Bumblebee with a really good drive. They're really fast, really nimble, and they can turn on a literal dime. Bumblebee still able to get under Tartarus. Taking Tartarus into the wall again. It's another pin. I have lost count of the number of pins Bumblebee has done. Tartarus back into the wall. Remember, winner of this fight will fight Ipsofacto in the winner's semifinal. Tartarus is asking for just 1 hit. 13 seconds left in this fight. Another big pin. It looks like this one is going to go to the judges because there's not enough time to finish a knockout. 3 seconds left in this fight. The pin is released, and that is it for the fight. Okay, Tartarus weapon is working. Thank you. Bumblebee, I'm not going to ask you to spin your weapon. But what we do is we do ask for functionality tests, just to make sure that, see which systems are working and not working at the end of a fight, and our judges look at that as part of damage. Check to see damage criteria. Remember to put your weapon locks on first. You want your weapon lock on first before you turn off the bot. Awesome. Okay, the judges' decisions are in, and we have a unanimous decision for Bumblebee. So Bumblebee will advance to fight Ipsofacto. Tartarus will go to the loser's bracket. And they're going to fight Verbal Irony in the loser's bracket. Okay, now we're going to have Phantom. I kept on calling Tartarus Phantom last fight. I'm sorry about that. Phantom and Monster Zero are going to be in. So Phantom and Monster Zero. That means Nomad and A-. You are on deck. Phantom and Monster Zero. So Phantom, again, is the number 2 seed, except this time they're actually fighting. I'm not screwing up the bot name. They are our number 2 seed. They're ranked number 6. Monster Zero got here by defeating Verbal Irony by 10. And Phantom got a bye, so this is their first fight of the day. So vertical spinner versus horizontal spinner. Phantom the vertical spinner, Monster Zero the horizontal spinner. All right, competitors, hit your ready buttons. Once you're ready, it might take a second to say ready. All right, waiting to get the output of the ready buttons. They're ready. Right side is ready. Just waiting technical issues. Okay, we're just gonna refresh our browsers. We're gonna turn it. Okay, we might have you to hit ready one more time. Oh. Okay. All right, okay, competitors are ready. Judges, are you ready? Ref, are you ready? Okay, let's get this fight started in 3, 2, 1, fight! Here come the weapon. You hear that loud weapon from Phantom. Deafening sound, very intimidating, and that is a wheel from Monster Zero. Phantom taking off of one of Monster Zero's wheel. Monster Zero seems to have done a little bit of damage to Phantom in the process, but I don't think Monster Zero's weapon is spinning. So that first hit looks like Phantom definitely won that exchange, and that is a tap out. So a tap out, Phantom advances. That is a scary sounding bot. So Phantom will advance. They will fight the winner of the next fight, Nomad versus A-. Monster Zero will go to the loser's bracket. They will fight Power Off. So we now need Nomad and A- to the arena. After this, we will go to our Plastic Ants division. Minthin and Elmo, you are on deck. So Minthin and Elmo, please be ready to fight after this fight. But now we'll have Nomad and A-. So far, we have had mostly knockouts and tap-outs. I believe we've had 2 judges' decisions today so far. But as we go on in this tournament, I think we're going to see... Yep, thank you. No, you're good. So Nomad loading in right now. They're the vertical spinner. And A- about to come in. So A- got here by defeating Rabot in their previous fight, knocking them out. And this is Nomad's first fight of the day. Nomad got a bye in order to get here. So as we've seen before, A- is a shuffler with an overhead bar spinner, effectively a shell spinner. Nomad, a very well-known vertical spinner. Nomad is our number 3 seed. They're ranked 10th overall at G-Scrawl. All right, so the doors are closed. That means the competitors can now drive or shuffle to their corners. Okay, competitors, please hit your ready buttons. All right. All right, competitors are ready. Judges, are you ready? Referee, are we ready? All right, let's get this fight started in 3, 2, 1, fight! So, big first hit as Nomad taking the fight to A-. Another big hit and a third hit. But so far, A- able to tank all those hits. Nomad making its way back. Is Nomad's weapon spinning? So Nomad is upside down right now. A- is going to try to shuffle their way over. Nomad's got to figure out how to self-right. Their drive is fully working. Now here comes Nomad. Here comes A-. Now A-'s weapon is off, but I've seen them turn their weapon off before. They're going to turn that weapon on just before they get to Nomad, assuming that the weapon is still up. Here comes that shuffle, and here goes that weapon from A-. They're going to see if they can take out a wheel. A-. A want to take out an entire robot. That's their aim right now. Meanwhile, Nomad upside down against the blue side of the arena. They're going to try to self-right. I don't believe they have a spinning weapon, so that's going to make it tricky, especially because they can't seem to get enough traction to get a good running start at a wall that they can fling themselves against to try to violently self-right. They have only so long until A- ambles over to them and gives them another big hit. Here it comes, and A- pushing Nomad into the corner. We have just under a minute left in this fight, about 50 seconds remaining in this fight. And here comes A-, striding over with all due haste, turning their weapon on, but just pushing Nomad a little bit off to the side, maybe a little discreetly. Nomad still on their heads. They've been on their heads almost the whole fight. And there goes the weapon again. We're going to see if we get another big hit from A-. 20 seconds remaining. There's a good hit. Shoving Nomad over to the side. About 15 seconds left in this fight. A- making their way over. 10 seconds remaining. One more hit. Do we have one more hit from A-? They're grinding a little bit against Nomad. And that is the fight. That is it. Time is up. So the winner of the fight will fight Phantom and their shrieking weapon motor. Judges are deliberating right now. They are scoring based on damage, control, and aggression. So it looks like people in the audience have already decided who they thought won that fight. Of course, there's only 3 people here whose decisions actually matter, and that is our 3 judges. And they're going to pass me their decision momentarily, and we're going to see who's going to fight Phantom. Loser of the fight will go to the loser's bracket and fight Violent Flame. Judges are almost ready with their decision. Passing it over to me. Okay, so here we go. We have a unanimous decision for A-. Not a huge surprise there. A- moves on to fight Phantom by judge's decision. And meanwhile, Nomad will drop to the loser's bracket and fight Violent Flame. Okay, we're moving on to Plastic Ants now. we want Mint Thin and Elmo, and there's Elmo in the corner. Elmo's opponent today is not Larry David. It is Mint Thin. Mint Thin is a horizontal spinner. Elmo is a vertical spinner. These are plastic ants. They are made almost entirely of plastic out of a 3D printer. That means the geometry of these bots can be a little different than normal. Please don't drive your bot. Please do not drive your bot while a door is open. Thank you. All right, so doors are closed. We can drive our bots now. Madeline, you got to say it in the robot voice. Thank you. Okay, so Mint Thin needs a little bit more time just to make sure that their wheels are fully working. And as you can see, the first thing that goes on is the weapon lock, just to make sure that there are no surprises with the weapon. You have to prioritize safety. Even though these bots are made out of plastic, they can hurt a human pretty well. So you got to make sure that all the safety protocols are followed. Combat robotics is an inherently dangerous sport, so it's only made safe through active efforts, like making sure that you don't drive with the doors open, or make sure the weapon locks are on anytime you're not fighting, that sort of thing. All right, Mint Thin is trying to make its way, and we're going to push Mint Thin over to the corner, so that means we got to open up the cage one more time and use the Broom of Doom to push Mint Thin into the Taylor Ham side. There we go. Yes, and Jackie has reminded me that there is also a pork roll side. That is the side that Elmo is in right now. Okay, competitors, hit your ready buttons, please. It may not update immediately. It might take a second to update, but there we go. Okay, competitors are ready. Judges, are you ready? Judges are ready. Referee, are you ready? Referee is ready. Let's get this fight started in. Well, hang on one second. We're getting the official timer. There we go. 3, 2, 1, fight! And here comes Elmo with a box rush, but no weapon. Mint Thin seemed to be having problems with its drive starting with this fight. And here comes Elmo's weapon. See if what's going to happen over here. If Elmo's going to get a big hit up against Mint Thin, which is stuck in the corner. I don't know if they're going to be able to make it out of their corner. And it looks like Mint Thin has lost radio, and that is a tap out. So Elmo advances via tap out. All right, so that means Amalgam and Voodoo Hippo. You are up next. So we need Amalgam and Voodoo Hippo up here. That means Grover and Creep, you are on deck. You are going to be the next fight after this one. So Amalgam and Voodoo Hippo. So the winner of this fight, Amalgam and Voodoo Hippo, will fight Elmo. So if you're wondering which bot is Hippo, it is the bot that looks like a hippo. Amalgam is the green vertical spinner. Well, green, blue, and purple, all sorts of colors. And once it gets its weapon lock off, we can close the doors. Okay, doors are closed. 5 are bots to the corners. All right, once the bots are in the corner, we will... Okay, competitors, please hit your ready buttons. It might take a second to update. Competitors are ready. Judges, are you ready? Ref, are we ready? Referee is taking a photo of the hippo. That is a really awesome print. Okay, referee is ready. Let's get this fight started in 3, 2, 1, fight! So here comes Amalgam, trying to get in a straight line, trying to go against Hippo. Hippo is a lifter. that entire front hippo lifted. It's able to lift Amalgam onto its head. Amalgam is self-righted, now gets hippo upside down. You can see pieces of hippo flying around. Amalgam looking for another hit. Hippo with a good lift. Excellent lift from Hippo. Hippo has good leverage over here, able to get underneath Amalgam, but Amalgam able to push Hippo into the side. Amalgam trying to push Hippo again. Hippo going for that big lift. So much of this kind of combat is based on geometry. An excellent lift from Hippo, and Amalgam upside down. Amalgam self-rights. Now revving up that weapon, they lift Hippo upside down, and now able to grind against Hippo's bottom, taking Hippo into the side. They're going to see if they can take out a wheel as well. Hippo trying to self-right. If Hippo can self-right, they can get themselves back into this fight. 80 seconds left in this fight so far. Hippo still upside down. Amalgam briefly turning off their weapon. Going back and now asking Hippo if they want to keep fighting. I think Hippo is still trying to upside down. Offering a hit to Hippo, so here comes the spin, and they're going to try to hit Hippo. They wind up flipping themselves over, but let's see if they can get a hit on Hippo. These gyro forces on these bots, they're even in the plastic division, they are pretty serious. So Amalgam trying to flip Hippo upside down. Referees, oh, there's Hippo. Hippo is now right side up, back on its, I guess, its hooves. And here comes Amalgam, pushing Hippo upside down again. Hippo spending a lot of time in this fight upside down. More pieces of Hippo flying about the cage. We have 20 seconds left in this fight. Amalgam grinding some more against Hippo, trying to de-hippo the Hippo. Very dangerous animal, the Hippo. 10 seconds remaining. Hippo still upside down. 5 seconds left. Voodoo Hippo running out of magic. And that is the fight. We will go to the judges. So once again, the judges are going to decide this fight based on categories. Oh, can we get some functionality tests, please? So, Amalgam, can you do me a favor and just show us your weapon? And can you just show your drive? Okay, full functionality. Hippo, can you show us your weapon and your drive? Okay, so both bots have full functionality. Thank you, competitors. So even though Hippo didn't move during that function test, we saw that both its wheels were spinning, which means it has full functionality. So judges. Okay. So we have our decision in, and it is a unanimous decision for Amalgam. So Amalgam will move on to fight Elmo. Hippo, Voodoo Hippo, will drop to the loser's bracket. They will fight the winner of Mint Thin versus Dark Forces. Okay, so now we need Grover and Creep in the arena, and that means Trampoline and Plastic Frostbite. You are on deck. So Creep is the pink bot. Looks like it's got a little bit of the Thagomizer design ethos with a big plow on one side and a horizontal spinner on the other. Grover, well, it should take much to tell you which one Grover is. Question is, will it be Grover or Super Grover for this fight? All right, the doors are closed. That means we can drive these bots to their respective corners and test their weapons safely. Okay, competitors, once you're ready, please hit the mark ready buttons. It may take a second for it to say ready. Okay, competitors are ready. Judges, are you ready? Referee, are you ready? Okay, let's get this fight started in 3, 2, 1, fight! So Creep is going to lead with its plow and then spin around with its spinner, but Grover with that drum spinner interrupts that plan and sends Creep into the wall. There's bits of plastic. Is that a bit of Creep's weapon that just got knocked off? I think it might be. Grover sending, yep, that was Creep's weapon, so Creep has been de-weaponed by Grover, and Grover taking Creep into the corner. Grover's weapon still working great. Juggling Creep around. That looks like Creep's motor that it is dragging behind it. I don't see a battery yet, so we are still fighting. But the referee may call this once Madeline sees a battery, she will call it. But no battery, no foul. Grover is still taking Creep into the side of the arena. Another big hit, and now bits of Creep's wedge is starting to come off. You can see even though these bots are made out of plastic, including those weapons, they can still hit very, very hard. And Grover is trying to get a good angle on Creep. Creep still has good drive, very fast, so they might still be able to control this fight. But unfortunately, that weapon is so chunked up right now that they can't get leverage underneath Grover. So Grover, with those little front forklets, they get a lot of control right now over Creep. Creep is trying to figure out a way to get some sort of control. Grover's turned their weapon off briefly, and now taking Creep into the corner. 50 seconds remaining in this fight. Now we got a pin. These pins do matter for control. The judges pay attention to them when they're judging control. Okay, pin is released. You can only pin for 10 seconds, then you must release. Grover's weapon's still working great, still taking bits of Creep off and strewing them around the arena. And another pin as Creep is high-centered on Grover's wheel. Grover's going to stay there, keep the pin, and then drive away once the 10 seconds is over. So they're releasing now. And now they're released. And now they have to clear a little bit of space that they do. And now some more engagements. And Grover continuing to juggle Creep, knocking bits of Creep out of the way. Creep doing a good job surviving this fight. Their drive has been very impressive, and that is the fight. Okay, so we are going to the judges. Okay, so once we get this judge's decision, we're actually going to go to a lunch break. And I think Grover has full functionality, and no, you're good, and both sides drive. Okay, so we've gone through the functionality tests, so the judges all know how to score their damage. And the winner of this fight will fight the winner of the fight we're going to do once we return from lunch. That's going to be Trampoline versus Plastic Frostbite. We also have plenty of beetles and ants fights to work on. All right. And looking at the judges' decisions, the scores are all identical. They're all 13-4. Your winner being Grover. So Grover wins by unanimous judges' decision. All right, we are going to take a break now for lunch. We will be back in about 30 minutes. resuming fights in a few minutes. Make sure your bots are ready. I hope you had a good lunch. The first fight we will resume with is Trampoline versus Plastic Frostbite. So Trampoline versus Plastic Frostbite is the fight we're going to be looking for. After that, we're going to go to Ants, the losers bracket. So we're going to start with Nomad versus Violet Flame. So Nomad versus Violet Flame, you're on deck. Plastic Frostbite next. Hello, everyone. We are back and ready to resume fighting. I hope everybody had a great lunch break. We are resuming with our plastic ants division. We're going to have one more fight, and then we're going to move on to ants. So, trampoline versus plastic frostbite. The plastic frostbite got here by defeating dark forces by knockout in the previous fight. Trampoline got a bye, so this is their first fight. Please do not drive. Do not drive when the door is open. Please remember, do not drive when the door is open. If either door is open, you cannot drive yet. All right. So trampoline versus plastic frostbite. The winner is going to fight Grover. All right. Competitors, hit your ready buttons, please. We're ready. Okay. Judges, are you ready? Referee, are you ready? Okay. Let's get 150 seconds on the clock. This fight starts in 3, 2, 1, fight! Trampoline heading out, as is plastic frostbite. Oh, I see a link come off. I think Trampoline's link fell out. Trampoline has lost power. We're asking for movement, but this might be a quick knockout. Is this a tap out? You can tap on the glass if you want to tap out. It's a tap out. That's a tap out. Plastic frostbite wins by top tap out when Trampoline's link falls out. That's just how robots go sometimes. Okay, we're moving on to our ants now. On next is Nomad versus Violet Flame. Nomad is in the red corner. Violet Flame is in the blue corner. I just need to re-log in here. Alright, so Plastic Frostbite is going to fight Grover in their next fight. Meanwhile, Trampoline will fight Creep in their next fight. But now we're on to Ants. We're going to have Nomad versus Violet Flame. Please remember to drive your while the door is open. Either door, even if it's not your door. Okay, doors are closed. You may drive your bot now. Okay, so we have Nomad versus Violet Flame. Nomad is the vertical spinner. Violet Flame is the horizontal spinner. Once you're ready, please hit mark ready on your screen. It might take a second to update, so don't be surprised if it takes a moment. We are ready. Competitors are ready. Judges, are you ready? Judges are ready. Referee is ready. Let's get this fight started in 3, 2, 1, fight! All right, weapons are spun up. Here comes Nomad going to meet Violet Flame. One bit of strong contact there. And there's a wheel. That is one of Nomad's wheels that has just fallen off. And another big hit, and Nomad is upside down. Violet Flame hanging in there right now, trying to crab walk its way to a hit, grinding away at the bottom plate of Nomad. Some good contact there. Nomad's weapon still working, but Nomad is upside down, and now right side up, violently self-righted, but I think Nomad's right drive side is compromised. So now both bots have working weapon, but only one working drive side. Another big hit from both bots, sparks flying. You can see a little bit of Violet Flame's wedge is chugged up, probably from contact from Nomad. So both of these bots have done damage to each other, affecting the fight. This is going to be a really interesting one to judge if it goes the distance. We have about 75 seconds remaining in this fight. So both bots still make contact, and a big hit. It looks like Violet Flame got the better of that exchange, sending Nomad into the corner. Violet Flame still moving around. Nomad is having a rough fight so far. Remember, they're the number 3 seed. So now another wheel comes off. That's another wheel. Nomad, and they tap out. Violet Flame defeats Nomad by tap out. That is a stunning result. Nomad, one of our better ants, going 0-2, and unfortunately they're eliminated from this competition because they're 0-2. Violet Flame will continue to fight on. That is an upset. Big upset here. So the next fight is going to be Monster Zero versus Power Off. So we need Monster Zero and Power Off by the cage. Tartarus versus Verbal Irony, you are on deck. Now this next fight, Monster Zero and Power Off, whoever wins this fight is going to face Violet Flame. And Violet Flame has shown that they can win a fight against a good opponent. So not a bot to be messed with right now. Successfully removing a wheel from Nomad, flipping them upside down, and ultimately disabling Nomad, and Nomad had to tap. But that's combat robotics. Sometimes you get those upsets. So Monster Zero and Power Off are both loading in now. Tartarus and Verbal Irony are on deck. It looks like capitator has forfeited against Rabot, so Rabot will advance. So just... Yeah, this is Power Off. They're the next fight. Monster Zero and Power Off are the next fight? Okay. Yeah, I see Capitator forfeiting. After Tartarus and Verbal Irony. The Beatles losers. Okay, so we still need Monster Zero and Power Off. Oh, here's Monster Zero. Monster Zero is here, so we need power. So we need Power Off, please. And then after this fight, we will have Tartarus and Verbal Irony. Okay, we have both competitors here. All right, the doors are closing. Okay, the doors are closed. You may drive your bots now. Looks like Monster Zero has only one drive side. So we're going to give him a push. So all right. Monster Zero is in its corner, in the red corner. In the blue corner is power off. All right, competitors, hit your ready buttons, please. It might take a second to update. There we go. All right, competitors are ready. Judges, are you ready? Judges are ready. Referee, are you ready? Referee is ready. Let's get this fight started in 3, 2, 1, fight! So Power Zero also seems to have a compromised drive side, so neither of these bots could go in a straight line. They're both crab walking, but they both have fully operational weapons. Power Zero briefly powering down their weapon. Screw goes flying, but that might have been from a previous fight. Now the bots are meeting and engaging, and now the bits of... That's a belt. That is a belt from Monster Zero. So Monster Zero's weapon is down. But they still have one drive working. As long as you got a little drive working, you got hope. Power off, sending Monster Zero against the side of the... Let's see if Monster Zero can self-right. And that's a tap out. Power off wins by tap out. There we go. So Power Off will advance to fight Violet Flame in their next fight. Unfortunately, Monster Zero's day is done, though they can still fight grudges. All right, now we've got Tartarus versus Verbal Irony. Will be the next fight. After that is Wild Magic versus Little Man. So Wild Magic versus Little Man, you are on deck. But right now we are loading in Tartarus versus Verbal Irony. The winner of this fight will face Rabot. This is a loser's bracket fight. So... we might need to clean this cage a little bit. If so someone can come and clean the cage before the next fight loads in, it would be amazing. So we're just going to clean the cage a little bit. Want to make sure that there aren't too many screws and washers and bolts lying around the cage. Something that could get picked up by a weapon, a violent weapon like Verbal Ironies. It does have a very formidable vertical spinner. Tartarus also has a vertical spinner. So we want to make sure that the cage that can broom up the debris, so there isn't too much a vortex of debris flying around. So Tartarus versus Verbal Irony. Both of them are new to G-Scrawl. Yeah. Okay. Oh, here we go. Who needs it? There we go. We're making progress in our bracket so far. We're actually up to our winner semifinals, and we're in Ants, and we're going through the last fight of the losers round 1. So that's some good progress. I'd say we're about halfway through in terms of total overall fights. All right, the cage is cleaned out. Now we can have Tartarus and Verbal Irony load in. Please remember, do not drive your bots while any door is open, even if it's the door for the other bot. Oh, it looked like I spoke a little too soon. There's still a little bit of debris that Madeline's cleaning up. Thank you, everybody. Let's give a big cheer and applause for Madeline. Both for her ref work and her organizational work with the league and designing this amazing arena. This whole league runs on volunteers, and the volunteers here are so good. So this whole league works on volunteers. So endless gratitude to everybody who donates their time to make sure we get fun robot fights. All right, verbal irony is loaded in. The doors are closing. The doors are closed. You can drive your bots now, and you can spin your weapons to test them. Tartarus is now in the red corner. Verbal irony in the blue corner. Okay, competitors, when you're ready, please hit your ready buttons. It may not update immediately, but so you may have to hit it a couple of times. There it goes. And it's just waiting for the blue side to register. There it goes. Okay, both competitors are ready. Judges, are you ready? Referee, are you ready? Referee is ready. Okay, let's get this fight started in 3, 2, 1, fight! Weapons are spun up. Bots are slowly making their way to each other. Very cautiously. These are fast-spinning weapons. You don't want to be too hasty and just drive into your opponent's weapon. Unless that is your plan. Sometimes it is a plan, but they want to take it slow, which is completely understandable. The geometry of both of these bots is keeping those weapons from meeting each other. Both of these bots have defensive attachments that keep the other bot at bay, and that. But now they're starting to grind each other. Not sure which bot exactly is doing the grinding, but both of these bots are meeting head to head, trying to get some sort of purchase on the other. You see Tartarus's wheels moving. Wheels are spinning, so are verbal ironies, trying to push the other bot away. Now they disengage, take a moment to recalibrate. Tartarus is a little high-centered. Might be opportunity. Nope, Tartarus has freed itself, and now it seems to be somewhat stuck on the seam. And verbal irony seems to be somewhat stuck as well. And no weapon spin up on verbal irony either. See if they can. And a count out is going on verbal irony. And that's the fight, a knockout for Tartarus. They will advance to fight Rabot. Unfortunately, verbal irony's day is done. And that is it for Ants. So now we need Wild Magic versus Little Man. We're going to move to the losers bracket for the Beetles. And remember, since we're in the losers bracket, these are elimination matches. It's win and stay in. Both of these bots, I really like the design of. Little Man obviously has a familiar huge style design with those big wheels designed to drive over you and do damage as it passes over you. Wild Magic, I really like the design of. This is enormous beater bar. And this is its first event. And really, I love to see what this bot can do, because it got that really big, ferocious looking beater bar. So the winner of this fight will advance to the losers quarterfinal, and they will fight a bot from the winner's bracket that will drop down. Unfortunately, the loser will be eliminated. Okay, doors are closed. You can now drive your bots. This is a beetle weight fight. These are 3-pound robots. Okay, Wild Magic making its way to the red corner. Little Man in the blue corner. And okay, competitors, please hit your ready buttons. Once you're ready, it might take a second for it to update. There it goes. Okay, competitors are ready. Judges, are you ready? Referee, are you ready? Do we have a referee? Yeah, referee's ready. Okay, this fight will begin in 3, 2, 1, fight! Weapons spin up. Bots advancing cautiously again. And a big hit. In the center looks like the beater bar got the best of it. 2 more quick hits. And Wild Magic gets pushed back, and now Little Man is slanted. Little Man is slanting. Are those wheels falling off? Can always be a danger for a bot like this. Also, it looks like those halves are starting to spin again. Not sure if that's a design feature or something getting loose on the bot. Wild Magic recalibrating, looking for an angle to hit from. Tough to approach Little Man in an angle that doesn't hit that big weapon. Massive hit, and that's Wild Magic's beater bar. Wild Magic's beater bar has been split in half. It is de-weaponed. And is that a tap out? That's a tap out. Little Man advances by tap out. What a hit. But let's hear it for Wild Magic. That's an awesome looking bot. Massive hit in that last fight. Wild Magic's beater bar breaks in half, and Little Man's builder Matt Lantry offer it more reputable or more reliable features. So much of this sport is material science and knowing what your best possible material for your weapon is, and that's going to be different for each bot. Alright, our next fight is going to be Honeycomb and Placeholder. So we are calling Honeycomb and Placeholder to the cage. Fun to watch a beetleweight fight in this arena. Those hits are so loud and so big, and you hear 3-pound bots. You don't think it's going to be much of a spectacle, but my gosh, these bots hit hard. All right, Honeycomb's loading in, and Placeholder is loading in. Honeycomb is an SSP kit, so it is a control bot with a lifter. Is a vertical spinner. Okay, closed, we can drive. Bots are making their corners. Now, Honeycomb is a kit that's getting popular. It's built from a kit that's very popular called the SSP kit, and it's got very reliable drive and a really reliable lifting weapon that can lift itself. It can lift opponents. And those big metal also. Now, the issue is Honeycomb's having a hard time working its way over the seam in the arena. Those low forks can giveth, and those low forks can taketh away. So now we've gotten Honeycomb over to their side of the arena. We have to be very careful right now because these bots are alive. They do not have weapon locks. They're active. They're ready to go. All right. So competitors, once you're ready, please hit the mark ready buttons on your side of the cage. It might take a second update. Try it one more time. There it goes. Okay, and they're ready. Judges, are you ready? Referee, are you ready? Referee's ready. We're all ready. So let's get this fight started in 3, 2, 1, fight! Okay, placeholder with a nice little rush, but immediately gets themselves hung up on Honeycomb. Honeycomb with its weapon up and lifted. And placeholder works their way off of Honeycomb. Couple of very big hits. And briefly upside down, but placeholder self-rights. Placeholder now looking for another hit, but Honeycomb with a nice pin. Honeycomb scoring those big juicy control points. But anytime you're up against a kinetic bot like placeholder, you can get some big swings in fortune, because this fight can turn around with one big hit from placeholder. But so far, Honeycomb showing some good control. They just have a hard time getting over that seam because their forks are so low, but almost with a good pin. Placeholder able to work its way out of the pin. As long as they can get placeholder to hit those forks, they'll be fine. Those forks can take a lot of abuse, but if placeholder can get to the back of Honeycomb, it's a different story. Another big hit from placeholder, but Honeycomb being an SSP kit, it's a tank, can survive a lot of abuse. But remember, placeholder survived a lot of abuse in his previous fight. Some more big thunder from the cage as placeholder flips upside down and flings itself by its weapon against the wall. Now both bots trying to engage again. And you see the leverage, you see the difference in ground game. Honeycomb is a very good ground game. Placeholder is really more concerned with engagement than ground game, but oh, de-weaponed! Placeholder has de-weaponed itself. And that is the break your fist on my face strategy, where it brought all the energy and wound up redirecting it all to itself. So placeholder wins by tap out. I'm sorry, Honeycomb wins by tap out, as placeholder takes out its own weapon. Some huge hits there that Honeycomb was able to completely tank. So Honeycomb advances. Both Honeycomb and Little Man have advanced in the losers bracket. They're going to fight one of two of four bots. Little Man will fight the loser of Mondo Bizarro versus Mr. Scrubbles, and Honeycomb will fight the loser of Tokyo Drisk versus Joe. Only 6 bots alive now in the Beetle bracket. Okay, we're going to go to Plastic Ants next. We're going to do Mint Thin versus Dark Forces. So Mint Thin and Dark Forces, you are requested. So this Plastic Ant division, bots have to be made out of plastic, except for wheels and electronics. So everything else, your body, your chassis, your weapon, all has to be plastic, and it can all be 3D printed. And these bots can hit each other pretty hard, and they can do some damage, even though they're made out of plastic. It's pretty fun to watch. And also, because they're plastic and 3D printed, the geometry of the weapons be really interesting. And the geometry of the bodies also. You get these really nice swooping shapes that you don't normally see. So that's going to be Mint Thin versus Dark Forces. You're watching G-Scrawl. This is Heartbreak Bot Break is the name of this event, our Valentine's Day event. Hope you're all going to have a happy Valentine's Day one way or another. Whether you spend it with a special person or spend it with a box of chocolate, there are many ways to spend that holiday well. Or spend it with some sort of nutritious treat or fun activity. It's all good. So, Dark Forces, you can see, is the Axe bot. Mint Thin is the horizontal spinner. This is a loser's bracket fight, so the loser is eliminated from the competition. The winner will go on to fight a hippo. Voodoo Hippo will fight the winner of this fight. Okay, box is closed. Bots are driving to their corners. We're seeing better drive for Mint Thin. That's a great sign. Okay, competitors, hit your ready buttons. Might take a second to appear. Sometimes it takes a second for that ready to reflect. Okay, competitors are ready. Judges, are you ready? Judges are ready. Referee is ready. Let's get this fight started in 3, 2, 1, fight! So no spin up just yet from Thin Mint. They're gonna feel out their opponent. Here comes Dark Forces. Can they get a good hammer in? There it goes. I mean, it's a little closer to aggressive tapping than it is hammering, but hey, it's aggression, and it is a weapon. So there's that fearsome tapping from Dark Forces. Aggressively tapping. You know, enough millions of years and millennia have passed that you can get some damage, but there it goes, Mint Thin and its weapon, but Mint Thin is now upside down. Do they have enough torque to self-right, is the question. Here comes Dark Forces, and some more tapping. Yeah, I'm sure the next tap will open up that chassis. More tapping. Hide your eyes. The damage and destruction is so much. The humanity. All right, referee asking for emotion. More tapping. The judges do look at that sort of tapping, so they will view it for control, but this fight will not go to the judges. It looks like it is going to be on knockout. And Dark Forces wins by knockout. Dark Forces advances to fight Voodoo Hippo in the next fight. Okay, we are moving on to the ants, to the winners semifinals. So Ipsofacto versus Bumblebee will be our next fight, and that means Phantom versus A- is on deck. So first Ipsofacto versus Bumblebee, then Phantom versus A-. Ipsofacto got here by defeating capitator by tap out. Bumblebee got here by winning a judge's decision against Tartarus. So both of these bots are 1-0. And the competitors love it when I do this. Ipsofacto is the #1 ranked bot here. But you cannot silence the truth. Bumblebee is the #4 seed and 12th ranked bot in the antweight division here. So both of these bots, high seeds, high rank. This is going to be a fun fight. Winner advances to the winner's final. Loser goes to the loser's bracket. Okay, hit the ready button once you're ready. We're just waiting on the blue side for the ready button. You might take a few hits. There it goes. Okay. Competitors are ready. Judges, are you ready? Judges are ready. Ref, are you ready? Ref is ready. Let's get this fight started in 3, 2, 1, fight! Ipsofacto is a vertical spinner, all in black with a red spinner. That spinner making noise now. Bumblebee, neon yellow. Oh, and something has just come off. I think that's belt. Is that a weapon belt or a drive belt? That is, I think that might be Ipsofacto's weapon belt that just flew off. but it's still spinning, so maybe there's some redundancy there. Some interesting intrigue here in this match, but good pin from Bumblebee. Bumblebee is going to be trying to do that as much as possible. Another good pin from Bumblebee. And you can hold that pin for 10 seconds. That's Bumblebee's game. They've got those forks. They can get under you. They can control this fight. I'm pretty sure that belt was from Ipsofacto because that weapon is not spinning now. So both of these bots are effectively control bots, which gives an advantage to Bumblebee because they are set up to be a control bot. But you never know. Combat robotics always can have these plot twists and weird things that can happen. We've been seeing weird things happening all day, but still, Bumblebee continuing to try to wedge its way, fork its way underneath Ipsofacto. Ipsofacto, if they can get a couple of pins in on their own, they'll be right back in it. But Bumblebee takes Ipsofacto right back into the wall. Another big pin. These pins really, really make a difference for the judges. 45 seconds left in this fight. Bumblebee continuing to control the fight over here. And that's the frustrating thing. Fighting against a control bot, they will take the fight away from you. They literally take away your ability to fight. So Bumblebee had to release the pin. They released the pin, and they re-engaged the pin. And now Ipsofacto's on its head. It's not a great place for Ipsofacto to be because they're able to self-right. So they can self-right with just those wheels, which is a good sign. Now they're trying to avoid the next pin and get in one of their own pins. 10 seconds remaining in this fight. Can Ipsofacto get one pin in? And that is it. That is the fight. It will now go to the judges. So the winner will advance to the winner's final and be one win away from the grand finals. The loser is still alive. They're going to drop to the loser's quarterfinals. This particular, whoever loses this fight is going to fight either Violet Flame or Power Off. So that is the matchup for that one. So the judges are deliberating. They're scoring on 3 categories: control, damage, and aggression. And they're just about to pass me their votes. Okay, let's see what we got. What we have is a unanimous decision for Bumblebee. So Bumblebee wins by judge's decision. That's going to mean that Ipsofacto's now in the loser's bracket. They're going to fight the winner of Violet Flame versus Power Off. This is the point in the bracket where the really good bots are going to start popping up in the loser's bracket, and you know, the really high ranked bots, and it's going to really swing the competition to see who winds up there. Okay, next we get Phantom versus A-. Okay, so we got Phantom and A- called to the arena now. And then on deck we have Violet Flame versus Power Off. Remember, winner of that fight is going to fight Ipsofacto. So Violet Flame and Power Off, you are on deck. Phantom and A- is loading into the arena now. This is A- who is currently loaded in. A- is currently 2-0. They have defeated Rabot and Nomad. Phantom also, and Phantom got a first round bye and defeated Monster Zero. So 3 wins today between these 2 bots, 0 losses. That is going to change, as one of these bots will be sent to the loser's bracket. Phantom is the vertical spinner, A- is the shell spinner. Okay, competitors, once you're ready, please hit the mark ready button. It may take a second to appear. Nope, it's good. Competitors are ready. Judges, are you ready? Judges are ready. Referee, are you ready? Referee is ready. Let's get this fight started in 3, 2, 1, fight! And that terrifying noise from Phantom And a massive hit. And they self-right, but you see how chunked up that front wedge of Phantom is. Like, that is a bot that is all offense. Their right wheel seems to be compromised. Gearing for another hit, and a big hit against A-. I was worried that A- might be unbalanced, but they seem okay. A-, a shuffler, slowly shuffling their way over. We might get another big hit in a moment. Let's see what happens. Phantom is pretty chunked up from that first hit. Phantom not in a great place. They want to keep that wedge pointed towards A-. If A- gets that tender backside, who knows what can happen. Some polycarbonate flying off of Phantom on those hits. And now some more polycarb flying. I think that's all coming out of Phantom right now. A- removing a bit of the front of Phantom. Another massive hit. And more Phantom's front wedge chunked up. Is a Phantom's weapon dead? The arena's gone very quiet. So I do see a little bit of twitching from Phantom, but I don't see its weapon. I don't hear that horrible sound. That's for sure. A- is slowly making its way over. I know they tend to keep the weapon off until they come close. There it goes. Now their weapon is back on. They're going to try for another hit. You can see part of that wedge of Phantom sticking straight up in the air. That's all courtesy of A- and that huge shell spinner. Another big hit. The thing about a shell spinner is you can take an enormous amount of weight and make it your weapon. It's not quite your whole bot, but in this case it's about half of their weight. It's a pretty scary weapon to go up against. We got 40 seconds left in this fight. Phantom's weapon does seem to be down, and they've lost their right drive side. Their weapon can spin a little bit, but it doesn't seem to have any sustained spin. A- slowly making its way over. That drive is at 100%. That's just how it's designed. And they're going to spin up that weapon in a moment and try to make some big contact up against Phantom. They have 15 seconds left to do so. I think they're going to be able to make it, and this one fight is going to be for the judges. There's one last bit of contact. This fight will not end in a knockout. Both of these competitors going the distance. And that's it. That's the fight. Please turn off your weapons. This one goes to the judges. That was an amazing fight. Both of these bots I'm really enjoying. Phantom, 100% offense is so much fun to watch. Some huge hits there. Okay. So the judges are making their scores right now. It's a 17-point scale. 6 points for damage, 6 points for control, points for aggression. Sorry, 5 points for aggression. Alright, so I have the decision. All three scores are 12-5. It is unanimous decision for A-. So A- will advance to fight Bumblebee. That's going to be an interesting fight. A very fast control bot versus a, shall we say, deliberately moved shell spinner of death. And that's going to be the winner's final. Whoever wins that fight is in the grand finals and needs only one win to take the antweight championship. Okay, now we need Violent Flame and Power Off. I see Power Off here. That's Violet Flame. Violet Flame is red, Power Off is blue. So you can hear the little happy sounds of the ESCs being turned on. See Power Off's weapon lock is off. Okay, bots are loaded in. The doors are in the process of being closed. The doors are closed. We can drive our bots now. Okay. Stop driving for a moment. We need to open the doors. We have a stuck bot. All right, so the doors are closed. The bots are making their way. Looks like both of these bots are going to start the fight with somewhat compromised drive. So let's see how their weapons will do during this fight. So here. So okay, please hit your ready buttons. Okay, competitors are ready. Judges, are you ready? Judges are ready. Referee, are you ready? Referee is ready. Let's get this fight started in 3, 2, 1, fight! All right, weapons are going. So both bots have full weapons. Now, as long as they can make their way over to their opponent, we can hopefully get a big hit. Power off is the beater bar. Violet flame is the horizontal spinner. The Viper kit. The geometry of both bots keeping the spinners from each other, but that's only going to last so long. Power off briefly got to the back of Violet Flame, but wasn't able to take advantage. Now both bots going nose to nose. Now Violet off getting a good angle on one of those uprights, one of those forks, and now going to try to see if they can... Oh, they got a little bit of a pin on Power off. Power off's weapon seems to have stopped. And now it's back. Both weapons on both bots spinning happily. They're now dancing around, getting to Power Off's side is Violet Flame. Now going weapon to weapon again. No single big engagement. Like nobody's definitively winning an engagement just yet. Very close fight right now. Horizontal versus vertical, a classic combat robotics matchup. See those wheel guards doing their job on Power Off, keeping Violet Flame from getting to their wheels. Power Off able to move forward with both wheels, so it's not quite crab walking. That's a good sign that they've got some sort of translational movement. We've got about 45 seconds left in this fight. Very close so far. Both bots grinding against each other, trying to get some sort of advantage. Very even fight. See the top of Violet Flame is starting to get a little bit wobbly. Let's hope that they don't take their own top off or anything like that. Something that can be very possible. See bits of Power Off flying around the arena. A good little cut by Violet Flame. While that's not huge damage points, it could count as some damage points if you can do a little bit of cosmetic damage to your opponent. 10 seconds remaining. This fight is going to go to the judges. It's going to be our first very close judges decision. Wonder who's going to win. And that is the match. Excellent fight. Very close. So I'm very curious to see how the judges are going to score this, because this was a very close fight. Both bots were able to both bots are fully functional. So the judges are working with the competitors to just get a sense of what the damage level on their bots is. And once the judges have that, they can start putting their scores together. Okay, so remember, after this fight, we want Tartarus and Rabot. And then we're going to go to Beetles. So Mondo Bizarro and Mr. Scrubbles, you are going to be on deck. Okay, judges still deliberating. This is our first really close judges' decision, so we're going to see how the judges score this one. Okay, the votes are in. Let's see what we got. We have a split decision. Your winner by split decision, Power Off. A very close one, though. But a very good fight by Violet Flame. That's very entertaining. So Power Off will advance to fight Ipsofacto. And now we have Tartarus versus Rabot. The winner of this fight is going to fight Phantom and that scary, scary sounding weapon. So Rabot is the white bot, that is the horizontal spinner. There is the black bot, that is also a horizontal spinner. Tartarus is a vertical spinner, excuse me. I got my bots mixed up. Tartarus is a vertical spinner. Rabot is a horizontal spinner. Rabot, curious to see how much drive they have. Okay, doors are closed. We can drive now. Tartarus can move its wheels, but Rabot can move its wheels, but doesn't seem to be going anywhere. Oh, there it goes. So Rabot can move. That is good because it's good to have two moving bots for a fight. Now Rabot's going to head to its corner, and we can start its fight. Okay, that's close enough. Okay, competitors, please hit your ready buttons. Might take a second for it to show. Okay, competitors are ready. Judges, are you ready? Referee, are we ready? Okay, let's get this fight started in 3, 2, 1, fight! Okay, Rabot and Tartarus making their way over to each other. Tartarus can get under Rabot, which is a good sign for Tartarus. Rabot, if they can flip around, if they can spin around, they can do a Thagomizer. But that weapon seems to be delayed. All right, Tartarus doing a good job getting underneath Rabot. That's going to be really important with that wedge to get underneath and be able to control the fight, get underneath them. Rabot having a hard time making contact with the floor. Those wheels are spinning, but nothing's moving. Good hit from Tartarus. Oh, that is the nose of Tartarus just came off. So that's that wedge in front that has come off. But still, Tartarus can still drive. And that weapon is still going. It might have lost a little bit of that leverage, but it's able to get Rabot into the corner. Rabot in the corner, its weapon is going, so it's still a danger to Tartarus. Tartarus has to be careful. That weapon on Rabot does mean business. Tartarus just playing it slow, playing it cagey, and now taking a hit off that weapon. Aiming for the wheel, another hit on the weapon of Rabot. And now continuing to hit, another good weapon-to-weapon hit. The weapon of Rabot is not moving right now. Let's see if the weapon is down or merely off. Rabot continuing to stay in the corner. Tartarus doing a pin, and that pin's being counted down. Less than a minute to go in this fight. 50 seconds remain. Tartarus has to release. And Rabot is not moving. It's requested an unstick, so we're stopping. Hands off controllers, please. We're going to open the cage, and we're going to use the Broom of Doom to try to get Rabot mobile. All right. Rabot has been pushed a little bit. All right. Red side, are you ready? Just tell me you're ready. Blue side, are you ready? Just give me a thumbs up. Judges, are you ready? Referee, are you ready? Let's get this fight resumed in 3, 2, 1, fight! So, picking up right where we left off, I don't think Rabot's weapon is going. Tartarus with a good pin, that's going to be control points. Even if you have a kinetic weapon, if you can score those control points as a kinetic bot, that really helps you if the fight goes the distance. Question is, will this fight go the distance? Not seeing much motion from Rabot, and that's a count out for Rabot. And there's going to be enough time that count out can finish. This looks like it might be a win for Tartarus, maybe? Oh, no, Rabot is moving. The count out is canceled. Looks like we're going to go to the judges. That is the fight. Looked like a knockout moment, but it is going to go to the judges. We're going to see what the judges say about this fight. Do we need a functionality test? Okay, first, can we get a functionality test? Okay, so Tartarus can use your weapon. Okay, Tartarus is fully functional. Rabot, can you drive around and use your weapon? Oh, you're stuck? Okay, can you spin your weapon? Okay, so looks like Tartarus has no weapon. Not Tartarus, Rabot has no weapon. Tartarus is fully functional. Okay, thank you, we can unload. So the judges are scoring. So there are very strictly defined characteristics of aggression, control, and damage that the judges are using to determine how to score. They've matrices over here. Alright, the scores are in. And we have a unanimous judges' decision for Tartarus. Tartarus will advance and fight Phantom. Unfortunately, Rabot is done today, but Tartarus is going to fight Phantom. Ipsofacto will fight Power Off. And we're going to move on to the next fight. We're going to move on to Beetles. Mondo Bizarro versus Mr. Scrubbles. This is the winner semifinals. So both of these bots are 1-0. Mondo Bizarro got here by beating Placeholder. Mr. Scrubbles got here by beating Honeycomb. Mondo Bizarro is in the red side. Mr. Scrubbles is in the blue side. Mondo Bizarro, the number 1 seed, ranked number 5. Mr. Scrubbles, the number 4 seed, ranked number 16. So both of these bots high ranking. This should be a very energetic fight, to say the least. Whoever wins this fight will advance to the first final and be... Both of these bots are 3 wins away from hoisting the G-Scrawl first place trophy. So not far to the end of the competition here. We have made it a long way so far. So Mr. Scrubbles is the colorful bot, teal and orange. Mondo Bizarro, well-known hub motor bot. Mondo Bizarro was... Now, Madeline, you said Mondo Bizarro was the very first bot? Well, but with a fight, you can't have one bot fighting. Who was the other bot? Oh, it was Rick. Oh, that Rick was the driver. Up armor, got it. Okay, so we don't remember the name of the bot. We know that Rick brought it, and we know that it was a Viper kit with a lot of armor. Now, talking about Carolina Pepper incident, but that's best for another day. Okay, doors are closed. Looks like, yeah, so it looks like Mondo Bizarro's drive is much better from the last fight. And Mr. Scrubbles' drive looks okay also, so both these bots are looking... Competitors, when you're ready, please hit the mark ready button. It might take a second to register. Okay, competitors, we're waiting for the blue side. Competitors ready. Judges, are you ready? Referee, are you ready? Audience, are you ready for this fight? Okay, let's get this big fight started in 3, 2, 1, fight! Alright, weapons are up. Bots are advancing towards each other. Mr. Scrubbles pushing Mondo Bizarro back, but gets flipped over. Gyros its way back to its feet. So a couple of big hits. Massive hits. Sparks fly. Mondo Bizarro winning that exchange, sending Mr. Scrubbles into the side of the arena. Mr. Scrubbles now working on the back of Mondo really quick. And Mr. Scrubbles again taking Mondo to the side, scoring some big control points with that. Sparks continuing these fly with this weapon-to-weapon hits. Both these weapons definitely up to the task. Big hit on the side of Mondo Bizarro. That's this wheel guard, left wheel guard on Mondo getting checked up. Weapon-to-weapon contact. And Mondo Bizarro goes flying. Good bite from Mr. Scrubbles. Mr. Scrubbles, another big hit on Mondo. Mondo's been getting a lot of airtime, flipping up and down, but this fight is not over yet. About 80 seconds remaining in this back and forth fight. See bits of wheel guard from Mondo flying around, but that weapon is still very, very potent. Now working on the wheel guard again. Maybe Mr. Scrubbles can get to that wheel. There's a pin. Big pin from Mr. Scrubbles. That's a big point in this fight. Mr. Scrubbles is winning the control battle right now. And judging from the wheel guard, winning the damage battle as well. But plenty of time for Mondo Bizarro to turn things around. This fight is not over. Big hit from Mr. Scrubbles. Now Mr. Scrubbles pushing Mondo around. But Mr. Scrubbles' drum is starting to beat against the floor. That's going to affect its weapon speed a little bit. Turning that weapon off. I believe it's upside down right now. That might be related to that bar dragging on the floor. And now Mondo's starting to get some good engagements. Mondo's starting to fight back. You see the class of all those years of fighting. Another good hit from Mondo. Huge hit from Mondo. This fight has turned. Mondo's starting to get the upper hand. Can Mr. Scrubbles fight back? A big back and forth fight. 5 seconds remaining in this fight. 3, 2, 1. That's the fight. Fight is over. That's the fight. And a very tough decision for the judges now. This was a close fight. Just going to get a functionality test for both these bots. Mondo driving around. You can see Mondo is full drive. It did at the end of the match. Do you need the same for Mr. Scrubbles? Okay. So, we can stop the bots and open the cage now. Yep, we're good. We can stop the weapons. Judges are deliberating now. Yeah, good to unload. This is going to be a really interesting judge's decision. It's this was back and forth fight. There was a sequence in the middle where Mondo took control of the fight. Mr. Scrubbles had a lot of control over the fight. There's that one bit of damage that might be the difference is Mr. Scrubbles opening up Mondo's wheel guard, but you never really know. Sometimes they say don't let it go to the judges because of that unpredictability. So let's see what the judges say. We have a unanimous decision for Mr. Scrubbles. So congratulations to Mr. Scrubbles. They will advance to the winner's final. Mondo Bizarro is still alive. Mondo goes to the loser's bracket. They will fight Man. Strong smell of smoke here. These bots really go through a lot. Fun fight. Really, really good fight. Okay, next we have Tokyo Drisk versus Joe. So calling Tokyo Drisk and Joe to the cage. The winner of this fight will fight Mr. Scrubbles. For the Tokyo Drisk is red, Joe is blue. The winner of this fight fights Mr. Scrubbles for the right to go to the grand final. The loser of this fight will fight Honeycomb in the loser's bracket. That was a good fight, that last fight. That was very close. Back and forth. That's just the kind of fight I like to see. Okay, so after this fight right now, Tokyo Drisk versus Joe. After this, we're going to go to our Plastic Ants division. So next is going to be Dark Forces and Voodoo Hippo. You are on deck after this fight. So Dark Forces and Voodoo Hippo, please be ready to fight. Yeah, Joe is a lifter. You're the thin lifter. So Joe is a control bot with a lifter. That lifter is right between those two middle forks. Tokyo Drisk is a Peterbar double vertical disc spinner. Okay. So it's control bot versus violence for this fight. Joe is green, white, and orange. Tokyo Drisk is purple. Okay, competitors, please hit the ready button once you're ready. It might take a second to show. Okay, competitors are ready. Judges, are you ready? Judges are ready. Referee, are ready? Ready. Let's get this fight started in 3, 2, 1, fight! And a box rush right away. And you see how low Joe is. Tokyo Drisk just leaps over him. Just like a James Bond movie. And here's Joe getting under Tokyo. Joe has such a good ground game. Tokyo Drisk able to gyro around. Tokyo Drisk wants to keep on facing Joe. Really what Tokyo Drisk wants to do is get around to the back or the sides of Joe, because that's where it can get at least some leverage, but it's not going to get anywhere with those really low plastic forks. Those plastic forks make Joe so difficult to fight. And Joe continuing to drive Tokyo Drisk around. Tokyo Drisk turned upside down briefly, violently self-rights. And now you see one of those forks, that leftmost fork on Joe is flipped up a little bit. See that lifter just going into action now. But if Tokyo Drisk can start lifting those forklets in front of Joe, it can affect Joe's leverage and might get Tokyo Drisk into this fight. If they can have some place, some purchase, some place to get underneath Joe. Just over a minute left in this fight. So far, Joe has been dominating the ground game, and Tokyo Drisk hasn't had... Oh, that's what Tokyo Drisk wants to do. That good hit on the side of Joe. They want to keep doing that and maybe get some damage on Joe, but as long as Joe can keep its front pointed towards Tokyo Drisk's weapon, that's going to be nothing but sunshine and roses for Joe. Tokyo Drisk trying to change that. Tokyo Drisk looking for some kind of angle. Now, one other strategy for Tokyo Drisk is when they go over Joe, if they can unbalance themselves, they might be able to flip themselves upside down and get a hit on top of Joe. That top of Joe is not well armored, so if there's any way they can hit that top, that's also a way to get to Joe. But this is all theoretical. About 10 seconds left in this fight. Joe is still in control. Final countdown of these last seconds of this fight. Joe still in control, driving Tokyo Drisk upside down. Look at that backwards move. And that is the fight. Excellent last move from Joe, backing Tokyo Drisk into a corner, not letting Tokyo Drisk. This fight's over, everyone. Fight is over. Fight is over. Got it, showing movements. Okay, no worries. That was a functionality test. Okay, so the judges have functionality. Got it. All right, so the next fight after that is actually going to be Creep versus Trampoline. So Creep versus Trampoline, you're on deck after this judge's decision. So the judges are deliberating. As always, 17-point scale divided between control, damage, and aggression. Some votes are starting to come in. It's not up to me. You'll want to talk to her. Okay, we have a unanimous judges decision for Joe. So Joe will advance and fight Mr. Scrubbles. Meanwhile, Tokyo Drisk will drop to the loser's bracket and fight Honeycomb, another control bot. So 2 straight control bots for Tokyo Drisk. Let's see if they're able to adapt from this fight to the next fight. So now we're going to go to Plastic Ants. We have Creep versus Trampoline. No, I'm not insulting the bot. The bot's name is Creep. So Trampoline is the red and white bot with the drum spinner. Creep is the black bot, and it's got a horizontal spinner on the back and a big plow in the front. Oh, it's just a wedge this time? Okay, forget I said horizontal spinner. Creep is a wedge for this fight. So the winner of this fight will fight the loser of Amalgam versus Elmo. Unfortunately, the loser will be eliminated. Okay, the cage is closed. We can drive around now. See the way the wedges are set up on Creep, that if it flips up down, it's still got a wedge to fight with. So it's ready to go. Trampoline is getting into the corner. It's going to be ready to go. Once you're ready, please hit your, oh, so red is ready, it looks like. Blue is ready. Judges, are you ready? Referee, are you ready? Okay, everyone's ready. Let's get this fight started in 3, 2, 1, fight! So Creep off to a quick start in a box rush, getting to the side of Trampoline, pushing Trampoline into the side wall and flipping Trampoline upside down. That weapon on Trampoline has not yet been a factor in the first few seconds of this fight. Another good hit, driving Trampoline all around the arena. That's what Creep wants to do. Creep wants to control this fight, take Trampoline's weapon totally out of it. Trying to push Trampoline forward and try to push Trampoline into the wall. Trampoline's trying to make their way, but right now Trampoline does not have any contact with the ground, and that is a pin. And that pin's being counted up right now. Notice pins always count up and countdowns are down. That's how you know the difference. So now Creep has released the pin. Trampoline's weapon is not spinning right now. Not sure. Another pin. Not sure if that weapon is off or not working at all. Okay, releasing that pin again. Trampoline's weapon is still off. And I think one side of Trampoline's drive is disabled. Creep has full drive, so Creep continuing to drive Trampoline around the arena. I see both wheels of Trampoline moving, so they do have both wheels of drive going. Actually, I only see the right wheel going. The left wheel is the left wheel of Trampoline jammed up, I wonder. Another good pin by Creep. So Creep continuing to show and demonstrate control, taking Trampoline's wheels out of this fight, and certainly Trampoline's weapon out of this fight. Can Trampoline get that weapon working? Can they get their left wheel working? Looks like Trampoline only has a right wheel to go on, because you see that only that right wheel is moving. Creep continuing to wedge Trampoline all over the arena. Now they've got Trampoline by the side. Ground game's such a big factor in these fights. And right now Creep can easily get underneath Trampoline. 15 seconds left in this fight. Trampoline still only with one drive side right now and another pin, and that looks like that's how we're going to end the match. On a pin. Judges, do you need to see functionality? Okay, judges don't need functionality. We can unload. So the judges are going to deliberate. You know, we started this event with almost no judges' decisions, but we're now getting into the point of the competition where everything's a decision. And that just, sometimes that happens later in event. As the bots start to winnow down, you really start to see these decisions come out. And the decisions, we've had some decisions that were really painful, hard decisions. We did have one split decision so far today. All right, let's see the decisions. And we have a unanimous decision for Creep. Congratulations, Creep. You're going to move in the competition. Unfortunately, Trampoline's day is done. Okay, we're going to go to the winner semifinals of the Plastic Ants. So we have Plastic Frostbite versus Grover. Plastic Frostbite is loaded in. Grover's weapon lock is out and the door is closing. Okay, the doors are closed. We can drive. Okay, when you're ready, please hit the ready buttons. It might take a second to update. Okay, competitors are ready. Judges, are you ready? Referee, are we ready? Referee's ready. Let's get this fight started in 3, 2, 1, fight! Plastic Frostbite versus Grover. Plastic Frostbite is 2-0 this competition. Grover is 1-0. So both these bots doing well so far, but Grover has Plastic Frostbite against the wall. Plastic Frostbite having a hard time going, and they have requested an unstick. We're going to pause. So match pause at 129 seconds left. A little bit over 2 minutes. And we're going to Broom of Doom our way out of the, out of this little situation. Remember, each competitor only gets one unstick. Okay, the doors are closed. Red side, are you ready? Blue side, are you ready? Blue side, you ready? Give me a thumbs up. All right, awesome. Okay, let's get this fight restarted in 3, 2, 1, fight! All right. Plastic Frostbite. Oh, there goes the weapon of Plastic Frostbite again. That's the second time this event that Plastic Frostbite has lost its weapon. Its weapon is shattered and is now all over the arena. Grover with an excellent pin. And that's a big turning point in this match. Now, Plastic Frostbite was able to win a fight as a control bot. It's going to have to do that again. This looks like a little bit of fork off a Plastic Freeze, and another fork, a full fork off a Plastic Frostbite going flying. Grover currently upside down, but still able to do some damage. Grover's weapon still spinning around. I think the nub of Plastic Frostbite's weapon is still going. So still turning around and going, and there's a self-right. Grover is now right side up, and they're grinding away at the bottom. There's the other fork. So now Plastic Frostbite is both de-weaponed and de-forked, and that's the whole weapon assembly has come off of Plastic Frostbite. That's a tap out. That's a tap out. So Grover is going to advance via tap out, and they will fight the winner of Amalgam versus Elmo. Plastic Frostbite still alive. They will fight the winner of Dark Forces versus Voodoo Hippo. All right. So I believe this means Amalgam and Elmo will be up next. So let's get Amalgam and Elmo over to the cage, please. Oh, awesome. Halfway there. Oh, that's going to be the next fight? Oh, because there's half of Malcolm and Elmo's here. Okay, it looks like we're going to go to Dark Forces versus Voodoo Hippo next. And the winner of this fight will fight Plastic Frostbite. There's that familiar axe of Dark Forces. Now Dark Forces is 1-1. They lost their first fight, but won their second fight. Voodoo Hippo 0-1. They lost their first fight. We are awaiting a hippo. Oh, sorry, we're awaiting cleanup first. Then we're going to, because we have the hippo here. Yes, hippo power. Hippo is present. The hippo is present. All right, looks like we've got a nicely swept arena. There's the hippo. Those teeth on the hippo are the teeth of a lifter. So the hippo is a lifter. Voodoo Hippo is a lifter. Okay, the doors are closed. You can drive. This is a lifter versus a hammer. This is a kind of a matchup that you don't normally see every day. Okay, drivers, please mark yourselves as ready. Once you're ready, it might take a second. Okay, competitors are ready. Judges, are you ready? Judges are ready. Referee, are you ready? Referee's ready. Let's get this fight started in 3, 2, 1, fight! All right, both bots meet in dark corner side of the arena. Hippo with a tentative lift, not able to fully get under Dark Forces. There's a good lift, getting a little bit of Dark Forces. Dark Forces responds with a couple of taps. Some more taps up against the hippo's head. What would that do to the hippo's head? That poor hippo's going to get a concussion. So not a good flip by the hippo. And trying to line up a good hit as Dark Forces. There's another good hit on the top of the hippo. Some nice looking taps so far from Dark Forces. And a flip. So the hippo can't quite fully get under Dark Forces enough to get a full flip, but they are able to disrupt the fight, and that's sometimes important enough. Both bots showing good mobility. They can drive plenty well. There's some good control from Dark Forces and a couple of taps on the way for good measure. Turning around now, and now the hippo on its back self-rights well, but gets a couple of hits on its backside, just for posterity, I guess. And now the hippo keeps on flipping itself on its back. That lifter is powerful enough to put the flipper on its back, to put the bot on its back, I should say. 1 minute left in this fight, 1 minute remaining. And now Dark Force is continuing to try to get a good angle. See a little piece of plastic flying, even though it's not a kinetic weapon. We do see these bots hitting each other. And some more hits from the top of, against the top of the hippo. The hippo, again, lifting its lifter and going upside down. Now, can it self-right? That's the question. This is the furthest upside down that the hippo's been so far. And if they can self-right, then they can keep this fight going. 20 seconds remaining. 20 seconds. Can we have some motion from the hippo? Okay, referee's determining that as motion, and the hippo is right side up with 5 seconds remaining. Some excellent hits from Dark Forces, and that is your fight. Well done, competitors. Thank you. And that is the fight. So the judges will have to decide who wins. So reminder, the winner of this fight will fight Plastic Frostbite. The loser will unfortunately be eliminated. Let's see where Hippo versus Hammer will land us. All right, the scores are in. And we have a unanimous decision for Dark Forces. Dark Forces advances to fight Plastic Frostbite. Unfortunately, Voodoo Hippo is eliminated. On to Amalgam versus Elmo. Winner of this fight will fight Grover, so we could have an all-Muppet fight. The loser of this fight will fight Creep. Alright, the doors are closing. Once the doors are closing, we can drive the bots. Yep, we're good to... After this fight, we're going to move on. So after this fight, we will want Bumblebee versus A-. That is the winner's final of the ants. But this is a plastic ant fight right now. Amalgam versus Elmo. Amalgam in the red corner, Elmo in the blue corner. Hit ready if you're ready. Okay, we are ready to go. The competitors are ready. Judges, are you ready? Referee, we're all ready to go now. Let's get this fight started in 3, 2, 1, fight! Alright, weapons, at least the weapon for Amalgam is going. I don't see Elmo's, now Elmo's weapon spinning a little bit, but could that just be momentum from Amalgam? I don't know if Elmo has a weapon right now. Oh, there's Elmo's weapon, and it's making itself known. Both bots dancing around, bots at full weapon power. I think one of Elmo's forks just got sheared off. So Elmo is down a fork. That's going to hurt its ground game a little bit. Amalgam looks like it's got full ground game. Let's see what happens the next time these bots go for a weapon-on-weapon hit. Elmo grinding away at the side of Amalgam. Amalgam trying to line itself up for a good hit. Both these bots very, very fast. Hard to line up a good hit when the other bot is moving laterally. Some weapon-to-weapon contact. No definitive engagement result yet. Good for keeping Elmo at bay. Elmo trying to get in Amalgam's wheels. And Amalgam moving fast enough. It's like a boxing match. Both these fighters are moving so fast the other competitor can't get to them. Amalgam briefly on its back but able to self-right. Upside down but able to self-right. Some good weight distribution on it. Cat always lands on its feet. Good big engagement. And Elmo's on its back now. Can Elmo self-right? Might need a violent self-right. Now I believe that's a bit of wheel that just flew off. Either wheel or a bit of fork. Yeah, I think that was Elmo's fork that got go to the back or the side. Otherwise, it's just going to have to deal with Amalgam's big weapon. 40 seconds remaining in this fight. Very close so far. Both these bots giving and taking. Been a lot of fun to watch so far. Amalgam working on Elmo's wheel, but can't get a good hit on Elmo's wheel. Both bots trying to get a good hit. Amalgam trying to work at Elmo's back. Again, can't get it. Elmo throwing Amalgam a little bit away. Despite losing its front forks, Elmo's getting some good engagement. Now Amalgam pushing Elmo back. Juggling Elmo, turning it upside down, and again, 5 seconds remaining in this fight. And that's the fight. That's a very close fight. Looks like both bots have full functionality. Elmo lost its front forks, but still had that weapon working. Now a tough decision for the judges. The winner's going to fight Grover. The loser's going to fight Creep. Decisions are in. All three judges scored this fight 11-6 for your winner, Amalgam. So Amalgam will advance and fight Grover. Elmo will drop to the loser's bracket and fight Creep. Okay, up next is a big fight. The winner's finals of the ants will be versus A-. So Bumblebee is 3-0. They have beaten Tartarus by judges' decision. Ipsofacto, I'm sorry, Bumblebee is 2-0. I beg your pardon. Bumblebee has beaten Tartarus and Ipsofacto by judges' decision. A- is 3-0. A- has a knockout against Rabot and judges' decisions against Nomad and Phantom. It's going to be a really interesting fight because we got pure speed versus pure power. Yeah. In terms of weapon, yeah. So A- has had an excellent, well, both of these bots have had excellent tournaments so far. But A- has been really impressive with that weapon. Being very, very deliberate. Only spinning up that weapon when they absolutely need to. They're not the fastest bot, but they, so far, have been the bot. Bumblebee is going with a wedge, sense, because they're going up against a horizontal spinner. Generally, when you go up against a horizontal spinner or any sort of horizontal weapon, you want a wedge. Against a vert, you want something more like forks. Okay, the door is closed. Bots can drive now. And once you're ready, please click Mark Ready on your cage side. All right. Waiting on blue to mark themselves as ready. Okay, competitors ready. Judges, are you ready? Okay, referee, are you ready? Audience, are you ready? This is a good one. Here we go. Let's get this fight started in 3, 2, 1, fight! Bumblebee starting out with a box rush, as they would have to. They do not want that weapon spun up. They know that their advantage is speed. They don't have weapon power, but they do have speed. Bumblebee keeping that weapon spun up. Unlike previous events, they know previous fights, they know that Bumblebee will come to them. For Bumblebee, as long as they keep that wedge pointed towards that weapon, they know they're going to be okay. As long as that wedge holds up to these big, big hits from A-. Now, A- might, the fact that it's a shell spinner means you can't get to it from the back. It doesn't matter whether you get to it from the back or the front or the side, it's all the same. It's going to hit you any way you hit it. So that's why Bumblebee needs to make sure it's always approaching, always leading with that wedge. And that wedge gives it maximum cover. So far, Bumblebee able to knock A- into the corner, surviving all these big, big hits. Big, loud hits also. A-'s weapon reliability is A+. It's really showing off how well that weapon survives. Because when you got a powerful weapon like that, dishing out big hits, you have to be able to survive your own hits. And now it's upside down, but that self-righter, you see that pole at the top, it's got two functions. The first function is it shows you what direction the bot's pointed in, but the second is it lets you self-right. You can just spin the weapon against the floor. It's got enough torque to right itself. Less than a minute to go, 50 seconds remaining in this fight. So far, Bumblebee's been able to keep that wedge pointed towards A-'s weapon. A- has not been able to do significant damage to Bumblebee yet, but it's always scary with a bot like A-. You never know what kind of damage they can do with each engagement. Another big hit. Bumblebee's also been able to stay righted this whole fight. That's also been a factor. If Bumblebee turns upside down, that wedge becomes far less effective. 20 seconds remaining. Bumblebee continuing to execute their plan. A- continuing to be dangerous. It's a fascinating fight. Irresistible force versus a movable object. 5 seconds remaining in this fight. And Bumblebee continuing to take A- into the corner. And that is your fight. It's going to go to the judges. That was a fascinating matchup between these two very, very different bots. Very well driven on both sides. May not seem like a bot like A- needs to be driven well, but it does. You need to make sure that that bot is always spun. And you notice that strategic change in A-, whereas before they only spun up the weapon tactically when it needed to. For this fight, they had it spun up at every moment, knowing that Bumblebee would always be attacking it, and trying to make sure that every time Bumblebee attacked it, it had to deal with a spinning weapon. So some excellent driving on their end also. This was a good fight. This is one of the better fights that I saw today. I really enjoyed that one. Now let's see what the judges say. Judges are scoring. Yeah, you're good to open. The judges are actually asking to inspect the wedge of Bumblebee. Okay, so the judges have seen what they wanted to see from Bumblebee's wedge. Oh, there's some tape over here. Okay. So let's see what the judges will say. All right. Your winner by judges' decision unanimous, it's Bumblebee. Bumblebee is now in the grand finals. A- is going to go to the losers finals. So they're going to be one of the two last spots in the losers bracket. And whoever wins that fight is going to go up against Bumblebee. So we could get a rematch. Okay, we now have Ipsofacto versus Power Off loading in. This is a losers quarterfinal match. Whoever wins this fight will fight the winner of Phantom versus Tartarus. Whoever loses will unfortunately be eliminated. Ipsofacto is 1-1 so far today. And their opponent, Power Off, is 2-1. In their last fight, Ipsofacto lost to Bumblebee. And in their last fight, Power Off defeated Violet Flame. Okay, competitors, hit ready. Once you're ready, let's see if, Jackie, are these competitors ready? Still waiting on Blue. Blue, can you hit ready? All right, so looking like we might have some problems with Power Off right now. Okay, so what's going to happen is Power Off's weapon is not working this fight. So they're going to try to come in as a control bot. There's a lot of twitching with that weapon, but there's no actual spinning. Okay, so Power Off, if you are ready, hit the ready button. You have? Okay. All right, so the competitors are ready. Judges, are you ready? Judges are ready. Referee, are you ready? Referee is ready. Let's get this fight started in 3, 2, 1, fight! So Ipsofacto's weapon is spun up. So they do have a weapon. They're going to go try to get around to the sides. Oh, and I think I see weapon spin up on Power Off. So they're on. I hear a shout of "it works" from the blue side. Some weapon-to-weapon engagement. A big hit, flipping Power Off upside down. You can hear the weapons at full power now. Ipsofacto, big hit on the side of Power Off, taking out that wheel guard, now working on that wheel. Power Off trying to get that wheel off of Power Off. Power Off's weapon still going gamely. Ipsofacto lining up another hit, trying to continue to do damage on that wheel. Power Off doing the thing, now turned right side up. I can see just how much damage has been done to the left wheel guard. Now Ipsofacto working on the right wheel guard, doing damage, and yes, taking off the right wheel guard, and that is the wheel. So they do succeed in de-wheeling Power Off. Power Off is one wheel off, and now working on against the top of Power Off. And now question of if Power Off's battery is exposed. That's a ref call. Ref has not called the fight yet, so we're still going. Ipsofacto continuing to attack, getting against that back plate, and yes, that's it, that's the fight. That is a tap out, and your winner is Ipsofacto. Ipsofacto survives and will fight the winner of Phantom versus Tartarus. Power Off is eliminated. But a good run from Power Off to make it all the way to the losers quarterfinals. There are bits of Power Off all over the arena. Like the arena is strewn with white armor. So we just need a little bit of a break to clean out the arena. But the next fight is going to be Phantom versus Tartarus. Now, Phantom has gotten here. Let's see the records of each of these bots. Phantom is 1-1. Tartarus is 2-1. In their last fight, Phantom lost to A-. Tartarus in their last fight defeated Rabot. So Phantom coming from the winner's bracket, Tartarus staying alive in the loser's bracket. This is a loser's bracket fight. The winner fights Ipsofacto. We're starting to get down to the ends of our respective brackets. We do not have a lot of fights remaining. Thank you everyone so far for hanging out and watching us fight. This has been a really entertaining day of fights so far. Really, really fun fights. This venue is awesome. We love having fights here at PDK9. Thank you again to PDK9 for hosting us. Thank you to all of our sponsors. Thank you to all of our volunteers for making all of this happen. Still working at a little bit of arena cleanup. Sometimes it happens. I've seen weirder stuff deposited in arenas, so this is really not that extraordinary. So we are G-Scrawl. World competitions about every month here in 2024. So this particular event, obviously, our February Heartbreak event, and we're going to have a finals event in, I believe it's in September, where the highest ranking bots will compete for the championship. August, New Jersey State Fair. Thank you. And that's not the state fair in the Meadowlands. That's the state fair in Sussex County. Thank you. August 4th is the date. Okay, so we have Phantom versus Tartarus. Phantom is the bot with the metal plates at the top. Tartarus has the black plate. So silver plates for Phantom, black plates for Tartarus. Tartarus will start in the blue corner. Phantom will start in the red corner. When the bots start up, Phantom is the one with the scary Banshee scream. Okay, competitors, please hit mark ready when you're ready. Just waiting on blue to mark ready. Okay, competitors are ready. Judges, are you ready? Judges are ready. Referee are ready. Referee is ready. Let's get this fight started in 3, 2, 1, fight! All right, Tartarus spinning up. Phantom. Now Phantom has that big scary spin up. Both bots have similar geometry at the front. They have that Viper construction. So because they're Vipers and they're both Vipers, they have a lot of distance between the front of those wedges and the actual weapon. But now turning around is Tartarus. Phantom able to take Tartarus around, but unable to take advantage of that. So they're both, again, engaging nose to nose. As long as they're engaging nose to nose, they're not going to be able to get, like, good bite on each other. Those weapons just don't have enough reach. So what they need to do is get to the sides or the back, and then we're going to see a big hit. Actually, there's Phantom driving over Tartarus, which is good for Tartarus. Tartarus got a good hit at the bottom of Phantom. And again, there's some good bite from Tartarus, turning Phantom over. Tartarus has Phantom in the corner. Phantom with a reversal now. Phantom has Tartarus in the corner. Phantom able to push Tartarus around. And now another good hit from Tartarus, flipping Phantom upside down. Phantom looking for the violent self-right, trying to get itself up onto its wheels. Tartarus gets a good hit in the meantime. Phantom trying to get to Tartarus upside down. Now these bots are hitting each other. There's a violent self-right. Phantom is now on its wheels, and now Tartarus gets a hit at the base of Phantom. Phantom spinning around also. What? Battery. There is a battery exposed. Whose battery is that? Is that Phantom's battery? Can Tartar... So... Okay, we're... So is the fight over? Okay, so is this a win for Tartarus, Rick? Okay, that's a win for Tartarus. So Tartarus wins by knockout, exposing Phantom's battery. So Tartarus will fight Ipsofacto. Phantom is unfortunately eliminated. That's a big upset for Tartarus. Good win. Sorry? Got it. Okay, our next fight is going to be the winners finals of the Beatles. So Mr. Scrubbles versus Joe. So Mr. Scrubbles versus Joe is going to be our next fight. This is a winner's final fight, so that means the winner moves on to the grand finals, and the loser will to the loser's final. Mr. Scrubbles is red, Joe is blue. So Mr. Scrubbles is 3-0. Sorry, 2-0, excuse me. Mr. Scrubbles has won both of their fights by judges' decisions. Joe is 2-0. Joe won their first fight versus Wild Magic by tap out, and second fight versus Tokyo Drisk by judges' decision. Mr. Scrubbles has defeated Honeycomb and Mondo Bizarro. Whoever wins this, again, goes to the grand finals and will be one win away from hoisting the Beetle Championship. Also, both of these bots have clinched third place. Neither of these bots can finish worse than third. So they're on the podium. Alright, closing the doors, and once we close the doors, we drive the bot. Okay, doors are closed, we can drive. So Mr. Scrubbles is a beater bar. Joe is a lifter. May not look like it has a lifter, but it does have a lifter. Alright, competitors, once you're ready, please click ready on your screens. Waiting on blue to click ready. Sometimes it takes a second, sometimes it takes a moment. He's trying to click ready, but it's not showing up. Oh, it's went. Okay, great. Competitors are ready. Judges, are you ready? Referee, are you ready? All right, we are ready to start this winner's final in 3, 2, 1, fight. It's going to be a big fight. Mr. Scrubbles has been strong so far. Joe's been very hard to beat. It is so low, but Mr. Scrubbles with a good hit at the back of Joe. Joe very low, very fast. Mr. Scrubbles, though, excellent ground game. Mr. Scrubbles has the ground game over Joe. That's the first time we've seen it all day, a bot getting underneath Joe from the front. But Joe's been able to get under that. That's a tap out. So Mr. Scrubbles wins by tap out. That means Mr. Scrubbles is in the grand final and has clinched second place. Joe is going to go to the loser's final. Joe will finish no worse than third place. So waiting to figure out what the next fight is. Looks like it's Tokyo Drisk versus Honeycomb. This is a loser's bracket fight. The winner is going to fight the winner of Mondo Bizarro versus Little Man. Loser is eliminated. Also, the winner is guaranteed no worse than fourth. So Tokyo Drisk just has to switch bots. Looks like a issue turning the bot on. So Tokyo Drisk in their last fight lost to Joe. Honeycomb in their last fight defeated Placeholder. We're pretty deep in the bracket now. Some really tough competition coming up. And there is a possibility if Tokyo Drisk wins this fight and Little Man wins their fight Mondo Bizarro, we might get a Tokyo Drisk Little Man rematch, which would be interesting. Tokyo Drisk came out with bike rack for that one. Testing. Oh, that's better, I think. All right, we're going to plastic ants. We're going to have Elmo versus Creep. This is a loser's quarterfinal match. The winner of this fight fights Plastic Frostbite or Dark Forces, whoever wins that fight. And the loser is eliminated. Creep got here by winning their fight against Trampoline. Elmo got here by losing their most recent fight against Amalgam. This is our plastic ant division, so all the bots you see here, both of these bots are mostly printed out of a 3D printer. So Amalgam is the wedge bot, all black, in the blue corner. Elmo is the Elmo bot in the red corner. All right, competitors, hit the ready buttons. Once you're ready, it may take a second or it may take a couple of hits. Okay. All right, competitors are ready. Judges, are you ready? Referee, are you ready? Referee is ready. Let's get this fight started in 3, 2, 1, fight. So Creep does not have an active weapon. It's got those wedges, and it's got that wedge lodged underneath the arena, and that let Elmo get in behind it and get a good pin. Elmo with that vertical spinner, but they're opting for the pin instead. Does their weapon works just fine right now. Now Creep has the wedge going. That dustpan wedge can be really powerful. But Elmo has a couple of forks. Elmo might be able to get underneath Creep if they angle things right enough. Let's see how it goes. The geometry is one of those things that really tells you how the match is going to go. Which bot can get under which. So now Elmo working to get Creep against the wall, getting the weapon spun up, but Creep, as long as Creep has that wedge pointed towards Elmo's weapon, they're going to be okay. Once Elmo hits them in a place other than the wedge, like for example their wheel, they could be in for some trouble. Both bots looking for a way in. Creep, obviously being a control bot, they're going to want to try to scoop up Elmo. They don't really care if they hit Elmo weapon first, but as long as they can get under Elmo. Now see, that's an example where Creep got onto Elmo's forks, and Elmo got under Creep, and that's what Creep does not want to happen, because that gives Elmo some really nice open shots. Now Elmo getting in on the back of Creep, see that wedge is pointed in the opposite direction. That means Elmo can get in very easily underneath Creep. So now Creep getting stuck on Elmo's forks again, and Elmo able to get a good shot. You can see these bots are trying to push each other around, but Elmo able to pin Creep. Elmo showing some good drive power and torque. 30 seconds remaining in this fight. And that's the pin, so Elmo has to release. Elmo's showing some good balance. Elmo's technically a kinetic bot, but they are really acting as a control bot right now. It's very interesting. Elmo once again able to get under Creep. And 10 seconds left in this fight. Creep has not been able to control this fight the way a control bot really wants to. They've been hung up on Elmo's forks. Let's see if that's the difference. That's the fight. It is going to the judges. So the winner of the fight is going to fight either Plastic Freestyle or Dark Forces. Yeah, I'm hearing it too. We might just need to like jiggle one of the connectors. Copy. Got it. Okay, instant units. You're doing great. Thank you so much. All right, the decisions are in. And your winner, unanimous judges' decision is Elmo. So Elmo defeats Creep by judges' decision. Elmo will go on to fight Plastic Frost Forces. So now we have the loser semifinals for Plastic Ants. This is a big fight. Yeah, ants, sorry. Ants, not Plastic Ants. It's Ipsofacto versus Tartarus. Whoever loses this fight will finish 4th in the Ants division. The winner will fight A-. And the winner of the fight with A- will go to the grand final. And they will fight Bumblebee. These bots have fought all day. It's been a long day for both of them, and they are deep in the bracket. They are guaranteed 4th place. Where the door is closed, they're going to drive to their squares. Once you're in your square, if you're ready, go ahead and click the ready button. Looks like you're already ready. Okay, competitors are ready. Judges, are you ready? Referee is ready. Let's get this fight started. 150 seconds on the clock. Do we have 150 seconds on the... Oh, there we go. 3, 2, 1, fight. There we go. Yeah, there it goes. Okay, so both of these bots standing off against each other. Wedge on wedge. Neither of these bots opting for forks, so a big wedge underneath the weapon it is for both of them. That geometry is very important because it means that neither of them can really win that pushing battle. One of them has to sort of fall to the side. Now see, there's already been a little bit of damage to Tartarus. And a little bit of that front has been exposed on Tartarus. Just a tiny bit. Ipsofacto, scary bot to fight. Tartarus has gone very deep though. So far a very even fight. With just that one exchange at the beginning opening up a bit of Tartarus's front armor. Oh, some more polycarb flying off of Tartarus. And now you can see there's a lot of wiring exposed on Tartarus. Normally, that front plate should be the strongest part of your bot. Unfortunately, with a stock vector kit case, I said polycarb. I think it might be more like acrylic. It breaks very, very easily. And now Ipsofacto able to get to the back of Tartarus. That's a bad sign for Tartarus. They do not want Ipsofacto going against that vulnerable sides or back. Ipsofacto aiming for Tartarus's right wheel. Now Tartarus does have that nose, that custom nose, or I should say they had a custom nose, but Ipsofacto has knocked off that metal nose, that special wedgelet they have on it. So Tartarus really doesn't have anything in the front to protect that weapon. Really, their weapon is their armor at this point. Ipsofacto does not seem to have sustained any damage so far. Now grinding, and you hear that weapon getting turned up. Let's see if it's going to make a difference. And now Tartarus pushing Ipsofacto over. Oh, that's another bit of... Oh, no, that was the weapon that... Sorry, that was the nose that had been knocked off of Tartarus that just got knocked off. Some more acrylic flies off the front of Tartarus. Oh, and that is the match. Time is up. Okay, so it's going to go to the judges now. Okay, we would like a functionality test on Tartarus. Tartarus, can you move and spin your weapon, please? Okay, thank you, Tartarus. And I think we're good with Ipsofacto, right? Do we need... Okay, cool. All right, yes, we can unload now. Okay, so the judges now need to decide which of these bots are going to fight A- and which of these bots is going to finish fourth. This is a close fight. Well driven both sides. Judges are still deliberating. All right, I think the votes are in. All right. We have a split decision. Your winner by split decision, Ipsofacto. So that means Tartarus will finish fourth in the antweight division. Our antweight division is very hotly contested. This was a really good day for Tartarus. We look forward to having them back. Ipsofacto advances to fight A-. Whoever loses that is going to finish in third. The winner will fight Bumblebee for the first place trophy. All right, we're going to move on to Beetles now. We've got Tokyo Drisk versus Honeycomb. So, please don't drive your bot when the doors open. All right, doors are closing. Doors are closed. You can drive your bot now. Okay, Tokyo Drisk is the purple bot. Honeycomb is the red bot. Okay, competitors, please hit your ready buttons once you're ready. And waiting for blue to hit the ready. Okay, both competitors are ready. Judges, are you ready? Referee, are you ready? Yep, referee is right. I just saw a thumb appear from out of nowhere. Excellent. Okay, let's get this fight started in 3, 2, 1, fight! Okay, Honeycomb is an SSP kit. That means it's a lifter. Tokyo Drisk is a Peter Bar kit. That means it's a dual disc spinner. Big hit from Tokyo Drisk. Now, Honeycomb has been tanking these huge hits all day. They can take massive hits and still survive. Now, Tokyo Drisk has a wedge in front. And so we'll see if that has a difference. Sometimes when you go up against a lifter like Honeycomb, you want to go up with forks, but opting for the wedge was Tokyo Drisk. Oh, the other one broke, he says. That makes sense. So he's got to go with his backup bot over here, which means the configuration is slightly suboptimal for a bot like this. Let's see what the difference is. But Tokyo Drisk able to get Honeycomb upside down. That means Honeycomb's lifter is not going to be effective until they self-right just like that. So now Honeycomb is up, right side up, and they have Tokyo Drisk pinned. Can Tokyo Drisk get out of the pin? Doesn't look like it just yet. Okay, so now Honeycomb has to release the pin. Tokyo Drisk out to the middle of the arena. Tokyo Drisk has to figure out a way to get engagement even though they got that wedge. That's that geometry they're trying to deal with. And just that's how they can do it. They got around to Honeycomb's side there. As long as they can avoid Honeycomb's forks, they're going to be in good shape. Good hit from Tokyo Drisk to Honeycomb's side. And now trying to get at Honeycomb's forks. Those forks are going to be able to take a whole lot of damage. Now a great pin by Honeycomb. They can hold that pin for 10 seconds, but getting out of the pin is Tokyo Drisk. Good job by Tokyo Drisk. Briefly getting onto Honeycomb's forks. They don't want to get onto those forks. They want to figure out to get away to those side or back. Honeycomb so far fighting this whole fight with their weapon up. So that's interesting. They're not really getting any lifts. They want that weapon out of the way of that spinner. 15 seconds remaining in this fight. Honeycomb continuing to pin Tokyo Drisk. 10 seconds remaining by this fight. It's going to have to go to the judges. So Honeycomb needing to release another attempted big hit by Tokyo Drisk, but they just get themselves on the bot, and that is the fight. That's it. Fight over. Okay, do we need to see functionality? Okay, no functionality test needed. So now the judges are going to decide a winner over here. See if that was enough control from Honeycomb to take it. Whoever wins this fight will fight the winner of Mondo Bizarro versus Little Man. Also, whoever wins this fight is guaranteed 4th place in Beatles. Well, this was a close one. All three judges voted 8-9. 9-8, sorry. Unanimous decision for Honeycomb. So Honeycomb will advance. Honeycomb is guaranteed no worse than 4th place. Tokyo Drisk is unfortunate, but they had a good day, making it all the way to the losers quarterfinals. So now we got Mondo Bizarro versus Little Man. Whoever wins this will fight Honeycomb. And whoever wins that fight will... Whoever wins this fight has spots in front of them. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure why I'm coming out like this. Gonna do a little testing. Talking. This is where if I could do Lucky's monologue from Godot, I totally would. Alright, continuing to test. Alright, now I'm not cutting out anymore, so hopefully that jiggle did it. Thank you, Jackie. So, Mondo Bizarro's last fight, they lost a tight judge's decision to Mr. Scrubbles. Little Man's last fight, they defeated Wild Magic by tap out, by breaking their beater bar. going to be interesting to see who wins this one. It's going to be the hub motor of Mondo versus the big wheels of Little Man. Okay, click mark ready if you're ready. It might take a second to show up. There it goes. All right, competitors are ready. Judges, are you ready? Referee, are you ready? This fight begins in 3, 2, 1, fight! Okay, Mondo has that hub motor and a huge hit. And Little Man goes flying. Little Man responds with a good hit against Mondo's left wheel guard. Looks like that wheel guard's opened up again. Little Man going for another hit. Mondo knocks him back. Mondo seems to be stuck against the side of the arena. Can Mondo get itself off there? They're close to it. They seem very close. Yeah, they've got a little bit of drive. They got just enough drive to do it. Little Man continuing to advance. Grinding away. Sparks flying. Big hit. Mondo winning that exchange. Little Man flying backwards. Here comes Little Man again. Slowly advancing. Mondo pushing Little Man back. And there's a rare pin that you see from a big wheel bot. You don't normally see big wheel bots get away with pins like that. Oh, and that's Little Man on top of Mondo. And Mondo hitting the bottom of Little Man because Little Man's weapon isn't spinning right now. So Mondo able to make contact with the body of Little Man. That's not something you can normally do against a bot with these kinds of wheels. Little Man's weapon is not working. They're trying to spin their wheels. Okay, there they go. Now they're separated again. Mondo holding their own. Both weapons working. Less than a minute to go in this fight. Here comes Little Man backing off against Mondo. Mondo trying to line up a good hit. Both these bots feeling each other out. This is the angle that Little Man wants. They want to go over there just like that. They want to see if they can open that top of Mondo. Mondo staying in one piece despite that big hit from Little Man. Little bit of smoke smell coming around in the arena now. And Mondo trying to get another hit. Less than 30 seconds. 20 seconds remaining over here. Little Man trying to take off Mondo's wheel guards. Gets a big gouge out of one of that right wheel guard. Less than 15 seconds to go. More smoke coming out of the arena. 10 seconds remaining. Very close fight. More bits of Mondo flying off, but Mondo holding together in one piece, and that is your fight. That was a very close fight. I'm going to be really interested to see how the judges score it. So the winner will fight Honeycomb and be guaranteed no worse than fourth. So the judges making a decision based on control, damage, and aggression. 6 points for control, 6 points for damage, 5 points for aggression. Alright, here we go. The votes are in. Your winner by unanimous decision. All three scores are 11-6. Little Man. So Little Man is going to be guaranteed no worse than fourth place. Mondo with a good day today, going to the losers quarterfinal. But it'll be Little Man advancing today. Okay, we're going to move on to the plastic ants now. Plastic frostbite versus dark forces. This is a losers quarterfinal match. Whoever wins this moves on to fight Elmo. And in this particular fight, whoever wins this is also guaranteed fourth. Dark forces is in blue. We have a little bit of debris in the arena. If we could get a sweep, that would be great. Thank you. You want to keep these arenas clean and clear so that when kinetic bots fight, they're not kicking dust and debris into each other's weapon systems, because that's not what you really want to determine a fight. You also don't want a bot high-centered on another bot. Strong smell of burning electronics right now. Both those bots in that last fight of Mondo versus Little Man really exerted themselves, and when robots exert themselves, you can really smell it. That burning silicon smell. So just a plug for our next event. Our next event, Spring Smash at that's in Ewing Township, New Jersey. It'll be on March 16th. 1 month, pretty much 4 weeks from today, we are going to be fighting again, this time in Ewing Township. We hope you can join us for that. Thanks again to PDK9 for hosting us. This has been a great venue to fight in. So now we have Plastic Frostbite versus Dark Forces. Okay, we have a door opening now. Doors are opening with the door competitor. Okay, Plastic Frostbite has been loaded in. Plastic Frostbite got here from its last fight, lost over by tap out. Dark Forces got here by defeating Voodoo hippo by judge's decision. Winner fights Elmo in the loser semifinal. All right, competitors, click the ready button. Okay, are the competitors ready? Competitors are ready. Ready, judges are ready, referees ready. Let's get this fight started in 3, 2, 1, fight! Alright, box rush from Plastic Frostbite. Haven't seen the hammer drop on Dark Forces. There it goes. Weapon not spinning on Plastic Frostbite. Oh, no weapon? No weapon from Plastic Frostbite for this fight. So, Plastic Frostbite's going to be a control bot, but they've won as a control bot past couple of fights. So, those forks do a lot of work. Now they have to figure out how to get under Dark Forces. There's a good way of getting under them. If they can stay under Dark Forces and drive them into the wall just like that, they can get some good pins in. They see that arm from Dark Forces able to back. Oh, and Plastic Frostbite tapping. And now Plastic Frostbite looking for a way out. They want to see if they can get to the sides or the back. Oh, or they could use the front of Dark Force's arm. And once again launching themselves up as using Dark Force ramp and tangling one of their forks into the arm of Dark Forces. Tacking. That's a side that Plastic Frostbite attack from. Meanwhile, Dark Forces, while that arm won't do much damage, it still demonstrates control every time they tap. And it shows a little bit of aggression also. Alright, we got 20 seconds left in this fight, just over 20 seconds. And tapping from Dark Forces, and now Plastic Frostbite is upside down, and now tapping on the bottom of Plastic Frostbite. Forces. Some good control. 4 seconds left in this fight. 3, 2, 1, and that's the fight. So, more work for our judges as the drivers of Dark Forces embrace each other. Competition for the judges, deciding which bot the scores. Remember, we're judging off of control, damage, and aggression. So the judges are deliberating. The votes are close to end. Votes are just coming in now. We have a unanimous decision for Dark Forces. Dark Forces advances to fight Elmo. Dark Forces is guaranteed to finish no worse than 4th at this event. Plastic Frostbite, an excellent event. They have made it all the way to the loser finals. Now we're going to go to the winners final. So whoever wins this will go to the grand finals and be guaranteed no worse than 2nd. As it is, both of these bots are guaranteed no worse than 3rd. So we have Grover versus Amalgam. Amalgam is the colorful bot, the green and purple. Grover is Grover. You should spot him right away. So these bots have vertical spinner, kind of like a drisk, whereas Grover has a drum. Okay, competitors, hit ready once you're ready. Okay, competitors ready. Judges, are you ready? Judges are ready. Referees ready. Let's get this fight started in 3, 2, 1, fight! So right away, both bots box rushing each other, meeting in the middle and getting a big hit. Some good contact initially. Grover flipped upside down, then Amalgam flipped upside down, then Amalgam doing a double somersault, landing on its wheels. Now Grover getting flipped upside down. These bots giving and taking. Even fight so far. Grover getting stuck on Amalgam's forks. Geometry is going to be a big part of this fight, how these forks are going to determine the fight. Amalgam getting caught up on Grover's forks, so both of these forks really doing a lot of work this fight. And if any of those forks can be removed, that might be a turning point in this fight. So Amalgam spinning around, trying to get to Grover's back. That's a wheel! That's a wheel off Amalgam. And Grover now with an advantage. Grover's driver was not happy until he'll get the other wheel. Amalgam able to drive on one wheel. And now Amalgam turning around, got Grover in the corner. Grover spinning around, trying to get Amalgam in the corner. And now Grover attacking Amalgam from the back. Amalgam able to crab walk and move fairly well despite being on only one wheel. Grover able to get under Amalgam, because losing that wheel has really changed the geometry of these bots. Grover's upside down now. Amalgam has the so Amalgam looking for a way to get the upper hand in this fight. Grover looking for a way to get upper hand in this fight. Just the big exchange in this match so far has been Grover taking a wheel off of Amalgam. And now Grover juggling Amalgam. There's a series of good hits. An excellent series for Grover. Let's see if Amalgam can recover from that. Amalgam's weapon has been working this whole way through, as has Grover. So ironclad reliability from both of these bots. 10 seconds remaining in this. So this will go to the judges. Now Grover's weapon seems to have stopped. Amalgam's weapon still going. And that's the fight. Judges, do you want to test? Can we see Grover? Can we see if your weapon is working? Grover's weapon is not working. Okay. Okay, there's Amalgam's weapon. An excellent fight between these two, and the judges have their work cut out for them as they'll decide if Amalgam's losing a wheel is going to make the big difference. Remember, this is a winner's final fight. The loser is not eliminated. 10-7 scores across the board. Your winner by unanimous decision is Grover. So Grover first, second. They will go to the grand finals. We'll wait in the loser's final for the winner of Dark Forces versus Elmo. Ants. We're now in the loser's final for Ants. So this is a biggie. A- for the winner fights Bumblebee for all the antweight marbles. The loser will finish third. So A- is the shell spinner, the overhead bar. Ipsofacto is the vertical spinner, black bot with a red vertical spinner. Both these bots have looked really good all day. Okay, if you're ready, click the Mark Ready button on your screens. Might take a couple of clicks. Okay, competitors are ready. Judges, are you ready? And the referee is ready. Let's get this fight started in 3, 2, 1, fight! Big box rush from Ipsofacto. Remember, there's no way you can approach A- without getting hit. A- continuing to spin that weapon. Another huge hit. This sounds like a beetleweight fight, even though it's an antweight fight. That's how strong these weapons are. Now A- turning off their weapon so they can approach. Spinning up their weapon, but Ipsofacto gets in before they can spin up the weapon. Another huge hit from Ipsofacto. You see the strength of Ipsofacto's weapon, just how high they can knock A-. A- built so well, able to tank all of these hits. A shuffler, that's very impressive. Ipsofacto looking for another hit to line up. They know that every hit they give, they're going to get just as much. Another massive hit. And some good design from A-. They're always landing on the wheel, but that's something that got knocked off of one of the bots. I think A- lost something. You can see they're getting wobbly when they spin off. They have lost a bit of their weapon. That weapon is now unbalanced. That is bad news for A-, because that means not only will the weapon not spin up well, that means their entire bot is going to be shaking. You can see that whole weapon system is chunked up on A- and possibly even starting to come off. Another big hit from Ipsofacto, who seems to have taken control of this fight. And see just how much A- is jiggling back and forth. Another big hit from Ipsofacto. Ipsofacto lining up another big hit. A- is still spinning that weapon despite the fact that it's unbalanced. They can still deliver some big hits. Another big chunk of A- coming off. Here comes Ipsofacto getting in when the weapon's relatively slow. They may have done damage to that shuffler. You can see just how much that unbalanced weapon is affecting A-. About 20 seconds left in this fight. Some more big hits from Ipsofacto. Some more bits of A minus coming off. That weapon system, I think, is coming undone. 14 seconds left in this fight. Ipsofacto continuing to prep the attack against a very game A minus. And that is the fight. It will go. What a fight. If you look at A minus, you can see how chunked up that weapon system is. Remember, those arms were perpendicular to the ground at the start of the fight. They are now almost parallel. Do you need functionality or are you good? Okay. Definitely. It's great to see you still attacking. That was awesome. Oh, yeah. It was really fun. You guys bring great thoughts. Thank you. We have a judge's decision. It is unanimous for Ipsofacto. Ipsofacto will advance to the grand final. A minus finishes third in our antweight bracket. They are on the podium. Thank you. So your grand final in ants will be Bumblebee versus Ipsofacto. It'll be one fight to determine everything. Beetles, excellent. Did a little man just fight? Oh wow, it's been that long. Awesome. Okay, in a couple of minutes we're going to have Little Man versus Honeycomb. We just saw Little Man defeat Mondo Bizarro by judge's decision in a very smelly fight. And we just saw Honeycomb defeat Tokyo Drisk. So what we have now is a fight of the very high versus low. Who's going to take it? Honeycomb is all ground game. Little Man is death from above. So whoever wins this fight will fight Joe for the loser's final and be guaranteed no worse than third. Whoever loses this fight will finish fourth in Beetles. Some amazing fights we've seen today. So Little Man is 2-1 so far today. And Honeycomb is also 2-1. So obviously a loser's bracket fight. And imagine if Honeycomb Man wins this fight, they get to fight another low bot, in fact an even lower bot in Joe. Whereas if Honeycomb wins this, we get lower. Okay, doors are closed, we can drive now. So Honeycomb, the red lifter in the corner, in the blue corner, and Little Man is the huge style bot in the red corner. Okay, we're just taking a moment to make sure that we are documenting the moment. You know, I can touch your controller, and I can do very bad things with your bot. I'm just saying I could. So now we have the very smelly Matt Lantry. All right, so competitors are ready. Judges, are you ready? Referee is ready. Let's get this fight started in 3, 2, 1, fight! So good spin up from Little Man. Now, an SSP kit is exactly the kind of bot that Little Man is designed to fight. Nice and low and an easy target. All it has to do is drive over Honeycomb with that weapon spinning, and it can do a lot of damage. You can already see some gouges on the top plate of Little Man, of Honeycomb. Now Honeycomb can use that lifter possibly to disrupt Little Man, but how much can that do, especially with that big weapon? Because normally Honeycomb uses those forks to push away a very nasty weapon, but when that weapon's coming at you from above, that's much harder. So right now, Little Man is having a lot of success really messing up the top plate of Honeycomb. Honeycomb is Honeycomb is trying to figure out a way to affect this fight. You see that lifter is now up, trying to see if maybe they can push down with that lifter. Some more hits, and I think that's a bit of the lifter that just got knocked off of Honeycomb. See that lifter making contact with the body of Little Man, and Little Man is having some gyro issues right now. Yes, you can see that half of that lifter, half of the forks on that lifter have been knocked away. So only half those forks are remaining. About 45 seconds left in this fight. Everything's so far going according to plan for Little Man. Mostly, though you can see it's starting to slant a little bit, but still, so it's getting some deep gouges in Honeycomb. Honeycomb has been a tank all day, so it's absorbed all sorts of really nasty, foul damage, and it's still ticking. So it can really survive. Now the fact that Little Man is slanted a little bit means it might get some good hits. But we'll see, because we're seeing some good disruption from that arm from Little Man, and the judges may decide to favor that. This is going to be a close decision with 5 seconds left. The judges will definitely have their work cut out for them. And that's the fight. I think Little Man was hoping to snipe a battery, but the battery for Honeycomb remains intact, although that top plate is pretty chunked up. No check required, right? Okay, no functionality check required. We can unload. Okay, judges are deliberating. We're going to get the scores momentarily. Now, fun fact that just got revealed cage side. Matt is the person who makes all the wheels for the SSP kit. He just fought a bot that was pretty well. Right, so we've got our judge's decision. It is a unanimous decision for Little Man. So Little Man will advance to fight Joe. Honeycomb will finish 4th in Beetles. We are moving on to Plastic Ants. Dark Forces versus Elmo. The winner of this fight will fight Amalgam. The loser of this fight will finish 4th in plastic ants. Okay, the cage is closed. We can drive now. So Hammerbot versus Vertical Spinner. Elmo's been pretty good so far. Okay, please hit your ready button. Okay, blue is ready to go. Okay, judges, are you ready? Referee, are you ready? Okay, let's get this fight started in 3, 2, 1, fight! Right, both bots turning around, trying to get themselves oriented. Elmo's looking for some sort of purchase on Dark Forces. Now going against the side of Dark Forces, unable to get a good hit. Down comes the hammer on Dark Forces. Now those front forks on Elmo have been its secret weapon, getting its opponent up on those front forks all day. The hammer coming down again on Elmo. See if it has any effect if it goes down into that big spinning weapon of Elmo's. Elmo pushing Dark Forces into the corner. Good reply. Oh, that's a wheel that Dark Forces just lost. Dark Forces now down to 1 wheel. And Elmo is continuing to push Dark Forces around. Dark Forces still showing some good mobility even though they're down to 1 wheel. And oh, that's the hammer. No, that's the hammer's still intact. That's a good bit of Dark Force's front wedge has been taken off. So bits of Dark Force's wedge has been taken off. So Dark Forces still has a wheel. Another hit on the top plate. 60 seconds left. 1 full minute to go. Dark Forces showing decent mobility despite losing a wheel. The front forks on Elmo still working, though one of them seems a little loose. And now that hammer coming down again and again. That wedge is coming off of Dark Forces. Elmo about to take that wedge off. And here's... You're not talking to me. So, oh, there goes the wedge. The wedge is completely off. So the wedge is off of Dark Forces. It's still trying to fight. It's being very aggressive, as it should. It's not going to tap out anytime soon. 14 seconds left. Here comes Elmo. Elmo pushing Dark Forces around as time runs out. That hammer continuing to come down. And that is the fight. So now the judges making their decision, deciding who's going to fight Amalgam in the losers final and who's going to finish 4th. All right, the judges' votes are almost in. And the votes are in. And we have a unanimous decision for Elmo. Elmo advances to fight Amalgam. Dark Forces finishes 4th. A good day for them. Now, Elmo and Amalgam have already fought today. Amalgam winning the judge's decision there. Okay, we'll take a quick 5-minute break. Alright, we're getting started for our next fight. Alright, we are going to our antweight division. It's actually a grand final. So this is for all the marbles and the ants. We have Ipsofacto versus Bumblebee. Bumblebee is undefeated today. Ipsofacto has fought their way from the losers bracket. We'll have one grand final fight, and that will decide the winner. Okay, so red side is ready. Blue side, click ready if you're ready. Okay, competitors are ready. Judges, are you ready for this final, this grand final? Referee, do we have a referee for the grand final? Yes, we do. Let's get this grand final started in 3, 2, 1, fight! All right, Bumblebee and Ipsofacto off. We're not seeing a... Oh, there's the speed from Ipsofacto. It's actually able to get underneath Bumblebee. Bumblebee's a tough bot to fight because it can so easily get under you, and it is so fast. But Ipsofacto showing that they're also very fast. Now Bumblebee with a good pin, throwing Ipsofacto against the side of the cage. And now pinning Ipsofacto. So that's going to be 10 seconds that Bumblebee has taken from Ipsofacto, draining its life force. Alright, Ipsofacto right back into it. Able to avoid that pin. They're gyro dancing a little bit. That's what we're going to favor. And then a big hit upside down. But Bumblebee able to pin them again. So works their way out of that pin. Huge hit against the forks. So Bumblebee's totally happy with Ipsofacto hitting those forks. They can hit those forks all day, and those forks will probably be fine. But Ipsofacto hoping to hit something other than the forks. Those forks are going to make sure that Ipsofacto does not hit anything crucial. Ipsofacto upside down right now, trying to get right side up. Bumblebee so far able to exert a lot of control over this match. Ipsofacto still upside down. Bumblebee trying to get to Ipsofacto having a hard time self-righting. Every violent self-right it tries to do, it winds up back on its head. Just like still. It's now spent a lot of time upside down. Let's see, and now it self-rights, but it self-rights immediately into a pin. So in seconds that Bumblebee takes from Ipsofacto. Less than 30 seconds left in this fight. Bumblebee driving away. Ipsofacto pivoting around, gyro dancing around, trying to get in, trying to get some sort of angle on Bumblebee. Big vertical spinner has been nullified by Bumblebee. And hit. But drives it, takes Ipsofacto back into the wall, and now drives Ipsofacto into another wall with time running out. That is your fight. It will go to the judges. Both bots full functionality. Pure control fight. And now the judges will decide the winner of the antweight division. Alright, the judge's decision is in. Your winner and antweight Heartbreak bot champion is Bumblebee by unanimous decision. Congratulations to Bumblebee going undefeated today. Ipsofacto finishes a very strong second. Yep. So we are done with ants. We're going to move on to beetles now. That means we need Joe and Little Man. So Little Man was up against a low bot before in Honeycomb and able to make short work of them, so to speak. Is also a low bot, so we're going to see if Joe can avoid the matchup issues, because this is a good matchup for Little Man. Joe is designed to get under mints, but Little Man is designed to completely ignore that kind of game and just drive over. So we'll see which way this match goes, because you never really know until the bots are actually in. Like, can Little Man's weapon actually reach Joe is the first question. I haven't spoiled anything. Alright, so competitors, once you've driven to the corners, you can mark yourself as ready. The winner of this fight will fight Mr. Scrubbles for the Beetle Championship. The loser will finish third. Okay, waiting on... Okay, everybody is... The competitors are ready, the judges are ready, and ref is ready. Let's get this semifinal started in 3, 2, 1, fight! This is the loser's final. Trying to see who's going to advance to the grand final here. And right away, we're seeing some good contact from Little Man onto the top of Joe. Joe is able to get Little Man into the side of the wall, but Little Man able to drive right over Joe, just as it's designed to. That weapon not making immediate contact right now. And that is a pin. Joe is able to pin Little Man. Little Man not able to get over Joe. So here comes that weapon from Little Man again. Joe is circling Little Man, looking for an opening. They don't want to drive just immediately underneath Joe. Even though that weapon, I'm not so sure that weapon reaches in most cases. Yeah, just like that. Joe drives under Little Man, and Little Man can't quite reach Joe. And another pin, but Little Man able to break the pin. A little bit of contact now from Little Man's weapon onto Joe. Not really as much as Honeycomb, though. Some more hits from Little Man to the top of Joe, but these seem more like glancing blows than anything. And now Joe able to throw Little Man onto its side, and that weapon will keep Little Man gyroing sort of diagonally until it regains its balance. 1 minute left in this fight as Little Man continues to drive underneath Joe without any real repercussion. Now Little Man gets a good hit on the top of Joe. Joe hasn't lost any functionality. I'm not seeing its top plate terribly scratched up yet. And there's that weapon off Joe, lifting Little Man off of it. That weapon will occasionally make an appearance, but they need to be careful. They can't just lift that weapon when they're right under Little Man, or Little Man will take that Joe's weapon right out. 30 seconds left in this fight. Very, very close between these two bots. As Little Man trying to find a way to reach Joe and get down to try to hit Joe. Joe using that lifter to disrupt Little Man again. And there's a big hit from Joe to the top of the big hit from Little Man to the top of Joe. I see several gouges on the top of Joe, but nothing nearly as bad as last fight. And that is your match. This match is over. All right, very interesting decision from the judges. The profile of Joe proving difficult for Man to hit. No functionality checks needed, right? So whoever wins this fight is going to advance to fight Mr. Scrubbles in the Beetleweight Grand Final. Whoever loses will finish third on the podium. All right, the votes are in. We have a split decision. Your winner by split decision and heading to the grand final is Joe. So Joe advances to fight Mr. Scrubbles. That is a rematch of the winner's final. Remember, in the winner's final, Mr. Scrubbles defeated Joe. So they're going to try that again. Little Man finishes third. We're now moving on to Plastic Ants. This is the loser's final of the Plastic Ants. This is Amalgam versus Elmo. And same thing as the last one. Whoever wins this is going to fight Grover. We might get that Muppet matchup after all. Whoever loses will finish third. Alright, cage is closed so bots can drive. Amalgam and Elmo have already fought today. Amalgam defeated Elmo in a judge's decision. So we'll see if they can continue. Alright, competitors, hit the ready button if you're ready. Not at all? Okay, competitors are ready. Judges, are you ready? Referees ready. Let's get this fight started in 3, 2, 1, fight! So this fight will determine who goes to the grand final for Plastic Ants, and immediately Elmo gets Amalgam up against the wall. Amalgam able to break the pin. Elmo's weapon spinning. See if it's an issue with the weapon or a strategic decision. Strategic. Here. Once again, just like last fight, geometry. However, you'll notice that Elmo has a wedge this time instead of those two forks. And you can see that wedge is already starting to take some damage. That's why you don't often see wedges up against vertical spinners. Sometimes this late in the bracket you have to make decisions based on availability rather than effectiveness. So Elmo's still able to push Amalgam even though Elmo's upside down. Amalgam with a couple of good hits now. They're going to see if they can continue to do damage to Elmo's wedge. Amalgam's right wheel might be compromised. Elmo with an excellent pin. Amalgam pushing right back. 4-wheel versus 2-wheel, so you'd expect Elmo to have an advantage here. 70 seconds. We might be stuck here. We might have a stuck situation. Okay, these bots are stuck together. We're going to pause. We've paused with 62 seconds left. Very close match so far. Elmo's stuck with a little bit of damage on its front wedge, but otherwise, and its weapon has not been spinning. Okay, the bots have been unstuck. Alright, red corner, are you ready? Blue corner, are you ready? Alright, let's get this fight restarted in 3, 2, 1, fight! Now Elmo has made the strategic decision to fire up their weapon. So both bots' weapons are going. You can see Amalgam's left drive is locked up. Elmo now attacking Amalgam from the back. Bits of Amalgam flying all over the arena. And Amalgam is upside down, and that is a tap out. So that is your fight. Amalgam taps out. Elmo advances. So Amalgam will finish third in Plastic Ants. Elmo is going to advance to the All Muppet Grand Final. Grover versus Elmo. Only 2 fights left. We have Mr. Scrubbles versus Joe, which is the grand final of the Beatles. And we have Grover versus Elmo, which is the grand final of the Plastic Ants. We already had the grand final Yeah. So Bumblebee won the antweight division, defeating Ipsofacto. And we just have those 2 fights left. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and we will be last 2 fights of G-Scrawl's Heartbreak Bot Break. Alright, it's time to decide our beetleweight winner for Heartbreak Bot Break. And it's going to be one of these 2 bots. It's going to be Mr. Scrubbles, or it's going to be Joe. Joe won its last fight, defeating Little Man, a matchup that Normally, it wouldn't be designed to win, but it was able to be so low that Little Man's weapon couldn't get to it, and then was just able to control the fight from there. Mr. Scrubbles is undefeated, having beaten Joe by half in the winner's final. So if Mr. Scrubbles can repeat that, Mr. Scrubbles will take first place. Otherwise, Joe will take first place. All right, the cage is closed. We can drive. Mr. Scrubbles has a good ground game. So we'll see which bot can win the ground game here. Joe usually has an advantage on that. Okay, we get the... All right, both bots are ready. Judges, are you... Ref, are you ready? Okay, let us start this fight, this championship fight in 3, 2, 1, fight! This round is for all the beetle weight marbles, and right off the bat, Mr. Scrubbles punches Joe in the face. No other 3-pound bot has been able to get to Joe like that, and right away, Scrubbles getting to Joe from the back. Now Joe is able to leverage their way underneath Mr. Scrubbles. Upside down, and Joe gets underneath them, drives them into the corner. Once again showing good control. Mr. Scrubbles, area of early action. Even fight so far, I'd score it. Both bots turning around. Good hit from Mr. Scrubbles. Joe turning around underneath Mr. Scrubbles again. Now Mr. Scrubbles using those forks to get underneath Joe, especially from the sides. Mr. Scrubbles is low enough that it can do something to Joe. However, that weapon is starting to scrape against the floor, and that weapon is now off. So here comes Joe. Mr. Scrubbles, for now, is a control bot until they turn that weapon back on. Joe trying to get to Mr. Scrubbles. Here goes the weapon again, but you can hear how it's grinding against the floor. Still, it gets Joe up against the wall. Joe turning around, Joe getting underneath Mr. Scrubbles. Mr. Scrubbles able to grind their way on those forks. Mr. Scrubbles with a pin. And now Mr. Scrubbles releases the pin. Can Joe get off the ledge? Joe might be stuck on the ledge. No, Joe gets off the ledge. Mr. Scrubbles gets behind Joe and gets a good hit on Joe. Joe's now inverted. This is the most Joe has sweated all day. Mr. Scrubbles continuing to hit the floor. 30 seconds left in this grand final. Mr. Scrubbles turning around. Joe getting underneath Mr. Scrubbles. Now Mr. Scrubbles getting to the back of Joe. That beetle bar making a lot of noise against that floor. 15 seconds left in this championship fight. Mr. Scrubbles cannot stay on the floor. That beetle bar keeps on knocking against the floor. Here comes Joe. Joe able to get underneath Mr. Scrubbles. And that is 8. And now the judges have a tough decision. So a tough decision over here. Do you go with the chaos and damage that Mr. Scrubbles did early, though it didn't do a whole lot of functional damage, or do you go with the control of Mr. Scrubbles and the fact that Mr. Scrubbles, or control of Joe, and the fact that Mr. Scrubbles' weapon kept hitting the floor? Joe did get a lot of, Mr. Scrubbles did get a lot of control points, I think. We're loading in the Plastic Ant Grand Final, but we're not going to start it until we get results. Here we go. Okay, the decisions are in. It is a split decision. 3 votes are 9-8. Your winner and Beetleweight, G-Scroll, Heartbreak, Bot Break, is Mr. Scrubbles by the narrowest of margins. Excellent fighting from Mr. Scrubbles, undefeated today. Joe second. Okay, so now we have the last fight loaded in. Rover versus Elmo. This is the long-awaited Muppet fight, and it is for the ants. Okay, if you are ready, hit the ready buttons. Might need to hit it a couple of times. Come on. Sometimes it takes a second. You must not actually exist. There it goes. Okay. Competitors are ready. Judges, are you ready for the final fight of the evening? Referee, are we ready for the final fight of the evening? Let's get this plastic ant first place fight started in 3, 2, 1, fight. Here's the grand final. Elmo versus Grover, the all Muppet final. Whoever will win ant first place. First place. And Grover getting around to the side of Elmo. Both spitting. There goes a fork. That's one of Grover's forks. So Elmo removing a fork from Grover. Let's see if it affects ground game. Looks like that's another fork. So now both of Elmo's forks are gone. Elmo took out one of Grover's forks. Then Grover took out both of Elmo's forks. So now ground game is going to belong to Grover. Grover continuing to attack. Elmo's upside down. Big hit. Elmo's still upside down. And that is the other fork of... So both of these bots are forkless now. Grover's lost its other fork. These bots are giving out a lot of damage. And those ground scraping forks in both cases for both bots are gone. 75 seconds left in this fight. Elmo seems to be high-centered on something. Now they're trying to free themselves. Are they high-centered on part of their own bot? So Elmo is unsticks itself. They seem to be okay again. All four wheels touching the floor. Grover throwing bits of fork around. Elmo having a hard time turning around. Grover seems to be driving okay. Some more weapon-on-weapon exchanges. Elmo continues to just get high-centered on itself. It seems to be the remnants of its own fork that it's stuck on. Grover with a good pin, taking Elmo into the corner. And another pin over here. 20 seconds left in this fight. This grand final between Grover and Elmo. Elmo seems to have a somewhat compromised drive now. Grover and Elmo going weapon to weapon. 7 seconds left in this grand final. And that is it. So these two competitors attacking each other. So Grover seems to have lost its weapon. Okay. Both. Rick, so a very destructive fight, a lot of damage being done, and that's what the judges are currently about, is what condition these bots are in, what condition they've left each other in. These two Muppets have really attacked each other. I bet you've never seen a Muppet fight like this. Judge is still deliberating. Now, coming into this, Grover was ranked 17th and Elmo is ranked 19th, but I have the feeling both of these bots are going to be ranked much higher by the end of the day. All right, decision is coming in. Okay, your winner and G-Scroll Heartbreak Bot Break Plastic Ant Champion is Grover by unanimous decision. Congratulations to Grover. That was very well fought. They are undefeated today. Elmo finishes a very strong second. The rankings. And that is all of our fights. We're going to give away some trophies in a moment. So after we give out trophies, we would like to ask anybody who is able to give us a hand tearing down this arena, because we're a little short on volunteers for the end of the day. So if anybody can help us with that, that would be absolutely fantastic.